Let us begin again. Never enough game dev. Ever. Ever. Also, Kick doesn't mute. Also, I had the music really loud in my ears because that's just a good way to start any morning. That's how I wake up. I'm blasting my ears with music. It's not a good plan. I don't recommend it. 0 out of 10. Probably shouldn't do that. Should probably get caffeine first and then still probably shouldn't do that. Now listen, it's a terrible plan. Don't do it to yourself. Unless that's your thing. Maybe it's like your kink or something where you just decide that you hate hearing things. I mean, I guess it takes all kinds, right? This time I'll remember to thumbs up my own video. Because if you don't do that, then YouTube will think that nobody likes your video, which is so bizarre, but hey, here we are. Post the thing saying everyone should subscribe and wishlist and all that crap. I admit I kind of stopped caring if anyone even subs on YouTube. Like, the effort to get to the 1,000 subs doing this is... It's going to be so long that it's just like, yeah, whatever. It happens when it happens. And even if it does, it's not like there's any real amount of money for those things anyway, so... I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. I keep getting random followers on Kick. I'm sure some of them aren't bots. Say the longer I stream, the more the dead internet theories make sense to me, where everything is just bots. Yeah, listen, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Still at the same number of wish lists on yeah. Alright. So I was fixing this dumpster fire and deciding where everything was going to go and having to redo everything again. It's still a better plan in the long run. It is to redo all this stuff so that it's that's going to Kick as well. Just not having to figure out what I was going to do with all those rooms that had no purpose makes a big difference. So, oh, let me double check that. Under here, I might have to... Actually, no, they're just close enough that I can get away with this. Okay, that's good. Except this needs to be moved, obviously. It can't be where it is. But everything else is just close enough that I get to get away with it. I'll take it. Except for over here. Obviously, everything over here is... Oh yeah, right here is the way you had to go, so this doesn't matter. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do on this particular area. I haven't moved this over though. Because this was originally you'd sneak into there, but there's water here, so there's no way into there other than if I just put a hole through this wall. In which case there's no point in the moon door unless the moon door goes to a secret area down here. Okay, I have a point for the moon door. Never mind. I just said it out loud what I was gonna do. Yeah. I gotta pull this back because it's into here. Half tempted to get rid of this landscape and just make a cave down here or something. Whatever. I really want to get this laid out again. It bugs me that it's left unfinished. Oops. Thankfully, I can recycle a lot of stuff. So I'm not like SOL completely. Where the hell is the, It's way over there? Wow. I must have deleted every spline point up to that, huh? I'm probably just gonna redo it then. It's gonna have to anyway, probably. My real regret is this window thing. And I don't have a good answer for it because I just have to blank this window entirely. I thought I should be able to see into an area you shouldn't be able to see. It's cool to run outside and you just can't do it anymore. But progression is a thing, you know? Gotta... cannot be opened. And then this actually works out about the same. Interesting. Except for now... No, it doesn't work out the same. These are actually... Well, those of course would be the same, so that's not a big deal. This pipe just can't be here then. This will let you run around outside this room, which was kind of the goal. There's going to be a lot of reworking of everything today. It was just very simple. I mean, that's just been the theme of the week, right? I put so many hours now into restructuring this, but it was a necessary restructure. I think. Probably. I don't think it was a bad restructure. Oh, this doesn't even connect up. Oh, never mind, it does. I'm just looking through a wall. I was very confused for a second there. Alright, let's just fix this wall now and get it over with, because it's going to bug the crap out of me if I don't. If it's going to just do it in an order where it doesn't keep the door thingy, then I'm just going to grab the door thingy separate. I might split this into two walls. Probably just eliminate all that crap down there. I don't even know. This is approximately where the other one was, so I'll just drag it over here. Hey, JG. Morning and all that. I have once again returned to restructure this entire floor. The obsession is real, it will work. I will make it work. It is one hell of a dumpster fire, let's put it that way. We have a secret area into there. Oh, actually, this I guess should be farther over because it was originally pushed against there. Well, guess that's, well, that doesn't match there either. Quality. I mean, how many things do I want to redo on this is the question. I guess I'm just redoing one wall at that point, right? I could do the ceiling too. I'm not surprised. It should actually just be one giant. Oh, never mind. I don't want one giant one there because, well, I could just do a fake floor on this. I don't know why I'm merging it all together. Having the little fake floors is so much easier than I can just do one solid floor across the whole thing. It's just, well, I gotta redo this floor anyway, right? Individual floors do mean that I can play around with it a little more, but if I just have one giant floor, which I think I gotta restructure this giant thing sticking out of the side anyway, that does make my life a little easier. And it's not like the collision's going to be good on any of them anyway. It's going to always be trash because how it works. You can't have holes in something and expect it to figure out the collision for that automatically. There's the first music of the I used for a world map in a game. Of course, the game never saw the light of day, but eh. God, that would have been a weird-ass game. The level of peak delusion can always achieve a greater, like, a greater level, like a greater final boss, if you will. And I would say that game was even more delusional. The first game you show up when you have a dream of making a game, the one you know that is everything you've ever dreamed of, is everything you've ever wanted, and it's like so overwhelmingly stupid that you're like, in hindsight, I must have been high. I don't recall it being high, but I must have been. Oh well, chasing dreams is how I eventually got here, so. Could be worse, you know, you show up to the game dev world and then you don't have a dream. I've seen that. It's so rare and weird. Like, what brings you to the game dev world if you don't dream of making a particular game? I still remember the guy who got upset at me because I wanted to hear the elevator pitch for his game. That's it. I wanted to hear what it was, and he couldn't think of one. Like, you should be able to pitch your game to me in, like, you know, 1 to 3 minutes. Like, just the base concept, you know, what would you write on the back of the box kind of thing, you know, like. It's so bizarre because, well, actually, a lot of people can't even do that. Thinking about it, like, they can. A lot of people have some ridiculously big idea, and they I remember the RPG Maker thing where you ask about someone's game, then they go into the history of their world, and it's like, I don't care, okay, buddy? I don't care about your gods. I don't care about anything. What's the game? To be fair, my early games I couldn't have told you either. Not in simple terms. Well, maybe I probably could have. I definitely didn't think in terms of that, though, and that was kind of a mistake. It's okay. I'll make it all work out. I'll eventually get back to making that game, too. I probably won't. That game was delusional. Or if I do, it'll be a pared down version of that game. I made the mistake of thinking so big and everything like that. And every time you show up, everything has to be so epic and wonderful, gods and things like that, you know, just so overkill, and then not realizing that making that a reality is very hard. And I do small ball things now. Small ball stuff is much easier to make real. You know, like right now I'm just dealing with a doll in a building. It's a pretty small ball. I don't have to worry too much about it. What happens in this building isn't going to change the world. It's in a building. It's one story in this city. Doesn't take much to realize it. I mean, it does, but I think maybe that's the real indicator that the other stories are delusional, when you realize how much it takes to realize dolls fighting in a building as your game, as your world. There. Why didn't I grab the one from the other map that was already the right size? Dumb. Oh well. Too late now. Now I realize every game I make is just going to be inside this one city. Just a different building. Like, who knows what's happening over in a building over on the other side? Like, what's on the other side of this wall? Like, who knows? If I can tell you a whole story inside of one building. 4 or 5 city blocks, I could keep you, there for years. Weird. I admit I'm not happy with the way the city is. I definitely envisioned it very different. That is true. I'll eventually get it to what I want. Just wanted this. I actually... Oh wait, the other one has... I remade this, but it has the wrong thing on it. It has, I remade the ceiling on the other map. The material on the bottom is wrong. Because I don't want this floor here to be the ceiling of this one there. I've actually replaced it with a blue metal so it looks like a sky. You can't really see it all that much there, but it does have a better look to it in the darkness than the other. A subtle illusion, if you will. I guess it doesn't matter that there's no hole over here. Unless I ever decide to try to merge all the things onto one map. I don't think that's ever happening. I wish I could, because it'd be cool to go between each of the floors a little more than I'm doing. Have little secret passages to secret sections and stuff. Of course, then on Unreal Engine, if a level ever breaks, then it's much worse in that world. Now, in the worst world, I lose like 1/4 of the work at most. Admittedly, I have backups to the game, so I don't really lose that much. Ever. Big carton. It's sliding. It was a cheap curtain. I pretty much got the OF model special. You know, the probably never going to make any money off it. She's probably not that attractive, so you know, along comes, you know, the crappy phone tripod. I didn't get the little light on the phone tripod. I could have, but I didn't want to light in my face the whole time. And you know, the cheap curtain. You drop like what, $35, I think, for all the materials. You're like, yep, good enough. Ready to start that OF account, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, I was looking at this floor. Yeah, if I had been smart enough to, I could have actually just recycled the same floor for both. That was dumb. But I didn't put a second material on it. Damn. Oh well. It doesn't insanely matter. Tiny OF, today you can make metahumans naked and new. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you can just turn off the upper clothing very easily. Like, they just have an option to just turn that off. Not that the, like, they didn't have, like, nipples on them or anything like that, too. Like, the breasts, so, you know, they were just, like, the shape of a breast, but... And technically, you can just, put your own, like, torso map on the thing so that it would actually just have the materials. Like, there's nothing stopping you. There wasn't like a true way to remove their underwear per se, though. It was mostly just about, you just put the torso material on the underwear and it did that. Yeah. Or you just use DAZ models and then you're like, hey buddy, DAZ models got your back. It's all OF has you. It's ready for you. Yeah, I definitely masked it out because the underwear is... Well, I just took the torso material and put it over the top of the underwear because the underwear looks terrible. And I was going to use a, you know, more Victorian type of setup, but then I just realized that it still looked bad. But then I realized that I wouldn't even want the central section of the model. I would actually just remove that. And I would just put the outfit there instead. Because there's really no need to have any portion of the body that is not exposed. Like, I need to rework Poppet's model, because Poppet just has a full-on body, but there's no need for that. That's also why I can't easily change her outfits. If I just had, like, you know, her head and, like, arms and legs, like, as separate pieces... and like only a portion of her torso that would actually be seen, I could just swap it out for whatever I need. I would actually just swap her whole central section probably, due to cleavage issues where it's like where does the cleavage start and stop on each outfit, or how much of her central sections it show. Or I can just have an entirely separate model, I guess, which is, I don't know. I don't actually know how much you would save by making them that modular. I guess maybe a little bit. Probably loads slightly faster. I think about these things. Yeah. Epic was at least nice enough to do that for you. Yep. As prudish as Epic is, at least they were that nice. I'm not even sure they're usable without that, honestly, because, you know, you can't have jiggle physics without them. Like, you need something to move up and down. That's awkward. Well, I mean, like, they have their priorities straight, I think, honestly, because, you know, jiggle physics are clearly more important than foot IK. I'm just saying. There's never any world where I really look at a woman's feet particularly. I'm just saying. Sure, but why should I have to do that? That's effort. Hey, Ghost. You going? We were just discussing why, you know, boob bones are more important than foot IK. Don't question it. Because the epic, because the metahumans don't have foot IK built in, but they have boob bones. So clearly Epic agrees. What I'm hearing is that the people at Epic are, you know, cultured and understand what's important in life. They understand proper animation, you see. Yes. Like, if you gotta make sacrifices, you should sacrifice the things that don't matter as much, like foot IK. Is there a difference in me during the day? That's fair. Yeah, the lighting probably sucks during the day, too. Yeah, it looks terrible during the day. Wow. It kind of eats the shirt a bit. Every time the microphone switches to green, it also causes a weird glitch in the thing. That's interesting. I didn't even notice that. Very bright? Yeah. What's weird is because it shouldn't be that bright. It's actually dark in this room. I wonder if I can filter it to be less bright. I never worried about it much because during the night there was so little light. But I see this time? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, glare for the mic, yeah. I have a chroma key. Is there a brightness filter? There's a Luma key. Is that a brightness thingy? Luma, what does that do? Oh god, it's terrifying. Don't Luma me. No. I don't know what it does. Except for it makes holes in things. What did this one do? I don't understand. There's so many words. Stalking over the camera? Oh my. Maybe. What's this? I don't know. I probably need actual lights in here to counteract the... Because there's a window over here, but there's like curtains over the window. There's like 2 sets of curtains over that window. So there shouldn't be that much light. And yet, there is. I didn't really notice the microphone screws it like that, though. The microphone's kind of awkward like that. Now I wish the microphone stayed a solid color. Whatever. It'll just have to do its weird thing until I figure out a better way to do it. I never recall it doing that at night, so I wonder if the extra light causes the problem. No, oh. Thanks for hanging out, Gigi. You know. See you when you get back. I will be here. Probably. I mean, unless you show up like, you know, 8+ hours later, then I probably wouldn't be here. But if you don't do that, I'll be here. To be fair, though, there's that chance I'm here anyway, even 8 hours later. I mean, let's be real here. I'm not saying it's impossible. It could happen. I'm excited that most of this building will be basically, like everything will be basically good to go. Like, there won't be any rooms left to really worry about. That's not to say I won't add rooms, but by the time this is done, I think that it'll only come down to maybe adding a room if I need to for something. The odds that I add that room is probably pretty low, though. That's not true. I never know if I'm gonna add something that could happen. I gotta move these trees. And I just moved this over and everything, too. I mean, I could just have a path over here. I don't necessarily need this painting. The point behind the painting was that it was, you just arrived at a new chapter and I gave you the option to be able to do that, but the thing is that the other painting isn't technically that far away. Alright, 1 second. I have a message. Grab something real quick. Someone sent me a tape coffin, you see? Like, look at the amount of tape on this package. Like, what? I'd flip it over, but then there's a dress on. I don't want that. But yeah, not much point flipping over. I'd have to cover most of the thing. Message him. Yeah, gotta make the real money, you know. I love streaming, I do. And technically, I get paid slightly more streaming during the day than at night. It's no more like 30-cent nights. Sometimes I get like $1. That's actually a pretty big game when you think about it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Nobody's, you know, quitting a day job over that, but still 300%. It's not 0. What is this? Why this? Let's move this tree. I'm trying to look through a tree, and that's dumb. That's obviously not going to work. As I figure out how to restructure everything. Just move the tree. I'll figure out where you're going in a second. I don't care. There's like a door and a door, or like a wall and a wall in there, and I don't need both walls. Or I do. Take my pick. This one is... Actually, it's whatever this is confusing me. Oh, it's like... Oh. A short door. I would kill for a massage. A deep tissue massage? Hell yeah. But $80, don't think so. That's a lot. I'm just gonna redo that one in a bit, but for now I don't care. Just gonna dupe this. I guess there's little reason to... Oh, I can go all the way to the end, I guess. That's fine. What's the point in going to the end, though? I can block the area off. Am I doing that? Well, first off, I'm doing that. Okay, I'm slowing this camera down. Yeah. Do I want to move that wall farther over? I think maybe I do, so there's more space to walk. Needs to be about the height of this one. $80 massage is kind of expensive. Sadly. Maybe if the game ever makes a bunch of money, I'll be able to afford like regular massages. My back and neck will be so much happier. I guess I'm putting this door here. I have to restructure the other one too, because it was, well, instead of stairs, it's not really much of a restructure required there. I prefer ramps anyway. Handy-capable dungeons better anyway for AI purposes. AI too stupid to use stairs without effort. Wait. Is this wall at an angle? You are. Oh. I was like, wait a minute. One side of this is so much closer than the other. It's a little better. So the question becomes, what am I doing with this location behind here? Behind the stairs. I could follow the original pathway, loop down into here, and then I guess put the door at about the same height over here or something. Maybe all the way at the end of the hallway. So over here. This cave's not very tall. How when you see the size of the doors next to it, the doors are huge. I'm not resizing the doors though. They're wherever they're at right now. They're not getting resized. I'm good. I'm not doing that. I don't hate myself. Well, not enough to do that. I'll think about what I'm doing with that one. Well, I gotta redo this one anyway because it sticks into there. On the plus side, there's no reason for this pathway to go to the side here, so I can basically just take this one and redo it the whole way. Oh. Disaster averted. This was still a spline too, so I can just adjust it however I want. I still remember the early versions of this room. This room has had so many changes. From a couple trees with some weird little pools of water and little troughs to what it is now. I could have sworn I moved these down, but I guess I moved everything down a bunch. Fair enough. At some point I'll go back through and resize these to be... Oh, I'll make ones of these that aren't just, you know, me squishing this up and down. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Oh, nice. I say you mentioned that Discord, I was thinking around responding back, but hopefully that fixed the problems. Yeah, computers be expensive. Indeed, indeed. They're like pets that, well, at least they don't eat much besides power. Guess there's that. Not the worst, not the worst. Well, let's put it this way. At least they don't crap all over the place. There you go. There's your upside. Makes them way better than regular pets. I don't think I actually need these ones here. In my handy capable dungeon. Oh, not a dungeon, but building. It's kind of like a dungeon. Kinda. I don't play music. Wait, what? Is it not playing music? I usually just have the music playing in the background. Yeah. I have no idea how loud it is. I can turn up people want or it's quiet I can. I haven't really checked my own stream's audio volumes in a while. Could be too quiet. Maybe. Oh, this is such a dumpster fire here. Well, this wall is actually kind of far back. I should probably move forward. Didn't realize it was far back. I go back and forth on if the music is worth having or not. But most of the time it'd just be silence otherwise. Oh, I often do chat with myself, that's true. But if there's no one to talk to besides me. Probably gets quiet. Though at the same time, people could listen to their own music too, so there's that. And I could probably, you know, I could actually run different audio that I hear that no one else hears as well. If someone to listen to music that was not on there, I guess. Oh yeah, I have to restructure everything, so it's gonna always be, it's gonna be a lot. For certain, like. Because I mean, I was just rebuilding the whole thing. Well, I mean, I swapped the pirate graveyard with the other, and that's forcing some massive changes. I'm not sure I even want these here. But I'll keep them for the moment. Oops. Should come out pretty good in the long run, though. Since almost every room now has a purpose. Almost every room. Some rooms have no purpose, but... There was something under here, a board, and I think I got rid of it. Oops. Yeah, there should be a board under all this. And there just isn't. This wall has to be redone too. So many walls need to be redone. I just don't know what to do with the I'm gonna move this door around a little bit so it looks a little nicer. Like that. I'll lock the building in place too. Don't move the building. Currently the only problem child rooms I have are whatever this is supposed to be that connects up to the broken compass. And then the crow's nest here, which connects down to the brig. Like these are, themselves don't have a function. Besides those two spaces, everything else... Well, actually, no, there's one other place that's kind of questionable. There's a storage room here that I don't know what to do with. So those three rooms have some problems. But to be fair, this could be like a grotto pump room, I guess. I kind of want them all to be able to see the water so that people know what's going on. So that's a thing. I gotta redo this whole wall here. And I managed to fix the bug, well, not bug, with the problem I had here. Oops. And the problem I had here was like, the whole purpose of this was to raise this up. To get it through here. But I just had another pipe here, and now you get into the, you're going through this pipe here, and you appear in the boss's room. So there's no more in between there, you just go straight to the boss's room after refilling the water in here. You'll pop out in the water under here, and then you work your way around to the boss at the top. Once you get the key, you can go in and out, I imagine, so... I may reward you with the key up here or something. That's my compromise, because otherwise there was no conceivable way I could make this work. But the same function didn't really change. And now there's another room you get to go to, because now this room now leads to the lover's altar. Which is more like the lover's hallway. It doesn't really have anything with love in it yet, but I'm working on it. At least the concept is here. This means that by the end of chapter 2, I'll establish they should probably find all these crystal balls, so they might go back and look for them. Hope you were paying attention. There's like, what, 12 in chapter 1, 12 in this one, and then there'll be 12 in the third chapter. It was going to be 40, but they fit nicer on the shelf in these numbers, so, you know. Unless I want to do 48, but I have to hide them all before chapter 4. Well, before this. Basically, within the first third of chapter 4, they have to all be available. The audio logs can be available. I'm not sure if I'm going to give you anything for the audio logs or if they're just going to tell a story. Not everything necessarily has to do something. Some people might just want the random story bits too. Yeah, it's definitely improving quite a bit. There's just a lot of rooms that were not that great. The pump rooms got moved. Like the entire objectives of this didn't change at all. All I did was chop off part of the side here. And now going in and out of the third chapter through the same area is fine. So, well, the second, third chapter, like I didn't move things around that much, and that's good. That works out pretty well. I think that it'll work out. And I think the first chapter looks better too. I did a bunch of changes to the first chapter, including adding a new section to the toy maze too. That made the toy maze much more interesting, for certain. Wait, why don't you have any of the... Where are the materials at? That's down there. That's just leaving the thing. I'm just learning less space and instead focus on, you know, making the content in each of the spaces better. Like, there's no point in having infinite content. It's much smarter to have essentially just quality. So I'm just going to go back through and take that 25% of every level that I took out and invest it back into making the other things 25% better. Maybe more than 25% better. Maybe. I can push this over some. Need about there or something. Sometimes grabbing the door frame is very hard. I'll do it this way. Wall like really thick or something? Seems like it. It's not. Then why does this door seem like it's not thick enough? That's weird. Yeah? Often not a bad plan. This wall is not where I want it to be. So it's sort of game. This does not line up at all. Also too short here. Oh, this is such a dumpster fire. Yeah. Well, look at the gamers, not devs. That's always the funniest thing I see is every single dev I see is advertising to other devs, and it's like, cool, but devs aren't the one that's probably going to buy your game. Some might, but most of these people just tell the devs all about their stuff, and then they're like, wait a minute, the devs aren't playing the game. Nobody bought my game. Why did nobody buy my game? Well, because we're too busy making games to play your game. The funny part, though, is here I am making, you know, essentially advertising to devs in a way, too. But, I mean, that's just because I'm doing game dev on there. So it's not quite the same audience. Like, I don't think they merge as much as I want them to. As I was just saying, they really don't. I have to redo this wall. That's what I'm doing, is redo this one. Yeah. Definitely an upside. I think that everyone should make a couple small projects just to get an idea of what it's like to make a project. With like a goal and like, you know, an end point and everything like that. Just learn what it means to do things, learn how to keep overscoping in check. It's very easy to do. Just scope like crazy, then go, hey, wait a minute, this isn't working at all, yeah? That's right, this just has holes in it, so I should be wary of that. Very skinny to watch Baby Shark make Peter. Gotta go. Fair enough. Catch you later, Levis. Good luck with the baby shark. What am I gonna do about this? Yeah, this pipe kind of sticks through a bit. I was gonna have a door here. Just so it, you know, looks better and locks out part of the area a little, I guess. But because I can't have the landscape right over the top of that door there. Yeah, like it doesn't go all the way over, so I basically have to raise it up some. What a mess. I guess I have to do that. I gotta we had that visibility there, but that kind of causes this problem here if it's sticking out into here. Can I hide that problem? Like if I can hide it, then I don't care. Not really. Not the way I want to. If I want to play nice. That still work? Can't hide that part. Might be able to grow it out of the way though. I have a different strategy then. Come on. And the different strategy is just to use this to blockade and move the hell on when in doubt. Yeah. Nick hates me today. I might get rid of these little weird tunnel things. They're kind of unnecessary. I guess they're a little place to hide, but I think that the simple reality is they wouldn't really be there. No, I guess they could act as like a bench. But they're kind of weird. Having them in random locations as a bench would make sense, though, thinking about it. Might not be that tall, though. But they're just floating in the air. Very common occurrence, the old float in the air strat. I don't think I need all these. I think they would probably be like that, and then I probably just need to flatten this so that it's a little less weird. Actually, this fence just needs to be moved down. Might not have to do anything. These could be like little benches if I wanted to. Yeah, something like that. No real space for picnic tables per se. Like that kind of setup now. This has to be moved back to. This is kind of in the way a little bit. I don't know what you were for, but you don't need to be there. I just need to fix this landscape entirely over here. What? Oh. Is he processing my cards I sent to them? Hell yes. I should probably be paying more attention to those. Just flatten it up, I guess, for now. That's just straight up needs a visibility fix. Oh wow. Yeah, okay. I know they call it visibility because it's actually just straight up collision too. Like, you know, literally things fall through there otherwise. It's a little bit more than just that. Oh, these walls are just the biggest dumpster fire. Well, let's get the layout figured out first. This... I can't put another hole into there. I could put a hole through here to another thing. It's not wrong. I could do that. Also, I want this to not be... Grab these leaves here. Grab leaves. Try to grab leaves. Oh, no, sorry, my landscape mode. No wonder it doesn't work. Could be the leaves in here. I could put another hole through this wall too. It might make sense. Because, you know, otherwise it's like, why is this here? Why is this so tall? I need this here, right? I don't actually need that there. There's so much wrong with what's going on here. Jesus. I might just want to redo this whole side here. But I could also not do that right now, and that's probably going to make my life a lot easier if I don't redo it all. Three is really just too small. It has to be like 2-4, and I just have to kind of squish it in. It's okay, I'm going to redo the whole thing anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. I just didn't want to redo it right now. It does take a very long time to redo all this. It's worth it, but it takes a long time. You can't get into this area, so I don't care. I don't know why I made this one giant thing. I could just as easily not have done that. I'm not sure I want this particular piece of wood here because it kind of blocks everything. These gears don't need to be here. Actually, all these gears probably don't need to be where they're at. I don't have a lot of moving gears and steam in this, but some things just seem like they're in a weird location. So I'm just going to move these, mostly because these were from the levers altar setup, which honestly has nothing to do with that whole setup, but whatever. Are you here for any purpose? Not really. I don't really need extra voids that do nothing, I guess. I suppose they were kind of acting as... I don't know what they were acting as. Something. Maybe make it look a little nicer between them or something? I guess that's fair. Do you serve a function? Kind of not really. I mean, I guess they were supposed to be kind of like this sort of setup. Is that really that great, though? Trouble is, it kind of blocks the whole thing. You wouldn't be able to see very much. I don't know how much I like that. These seem like they'd want to be a lot smaller if I was going to keep them. I don't know why it's even there. They're probably okay. I might keep one of them, but just to remind myself to potentially do something better with it in the future. This should almost just be glass the whole way. Or just shrunk down with glass in between. Sometimes I get rid of the landscape in this section and just have it over the top because it's so obnoxious and weird. Well, this just goes through the wall anyway, so I can smooth over. Be careful not to stick this through the ground up here is the problem. I have to restructure it to avoid that problem if I'm gonna do that. I can't restructure it that much. Farthest it can go over is that. Slightly too high, huh? I guess this doesn't technically need to be here. I can just raise this up. It's fine, and then just give more space so people can see into the almost like aquarium setup here. Then they can kind of see under there, though. It's kind of awkward. If they wander around through here, they'll be able to see down there. By that standard, maybe I should increase the size of this so you can't really see under there. Yeah. Not sure we're gonna do it under here or not. Something, maybe. Oh, the broken compass secret is way under there now. Fair enough. Oh, I see. That just... It's a hole in there in the first place. Hole in the world, yo. Well. Yeah. Don't get old. That's my advice to everybody. Just have store places all over the place. Happens. There's just so much that needs to be fixed in this area. Whatever. I need to make a singular floor too, and then just have holes in it for the places where you're going to go down. Or something, I don't know. It's definitely a mess going on here. Straight up mess. I don't know if this one even goes down anywhere. I think I just need to replace this one with another floor. It still sticks out of the building, right? So, yeah. Just like this bottom floor doesn't need to be here. Slowly but surely. And I'm not going to want to restructure the or do level design for like weeks after this. I'll probably want to just only work on gameplay. I love level design, I do, but you can definitely overdo it, and this massive overhaul is that. Is definitely that. Can't see where it's going to go, so what I'll do is this. Grab this, and then I'll just grab this number here. And drop it down there. Hopefully they match up, though a lot of times they don't seem to for some reason. Looks like they match pretty well since it's flickering. There we go. Oh, the change, yeah, I don't care. Some stuff I just have to accept is going to be a problem. I could lower everything down in this room potentially if I feel like it. There's nothing stopping that. But I have to go way down. I have to go down to like here if I was going to lower it. That actually puts it in the water. That actually makes a lot of sense. Then that treasure box is too tall. It does look better if it fits. I should make it all fit, but that might be a future me problem. This door doesn't even need to be here. How did I move this? The whole thing needs to go down at that point. I don't think I want these here necessarily. Also, I don't really want this weird table here. That's kind of, I didn't realize it was even there. Left over from the other, no doubt. I kind of want it to line up with Sally's ship, which means I gotta lower it down even more. There's plenty of space to work with. There's something stuck in the wall here. It's kind of just bounce around and do whatever amuses me at any given time, because I gotta do it all, so who gives a crap what order I do it in. Can help the design philosophy for the third chapter a bunch by having done all these. Where I just literally start with the whole make it smaller but make it better plan. Now that these are higher up, that does beg the question of maybe I want like a multi-tiered setup here. Did they? We don't even really have a not safe for work channel, do we? In the Discord. Hey TX. Not much. Just looking at the some not safe for thing. Yeah, some lady sucking on some person's hand, which is weird. It's a little bit not so safe for work, I guess. That seems. I don't really have a not safe for work channel. Should there be a not safe for work channel? I really don't want that to be part of my game dev setup for certain, you know, the not safe for work stuff. I'll think about where that actually lands. With the Jan thingy. There's some sort of remote thingy, something that looks like them just shaking their head up and down, patting her head. Those ones all seem fine. Weird hand. I don't know about this other weird thing. That the hand sucking thing seems like some weird fetish crap. Everything else doesn't look too bad. It's even pretty benign as far as not safe for work stuff goes. It's not like there's actual pornography in there, but I'm not sure. I'll think about where I stand on that. Handwriting. I didn't even see a handwriting. I just see the one sucking the hand. Huh. I even have a new adult content in my server rules. I haven't looked at that in forever. Interesting. Well, I mean, implied can be, yeah. You feel that? I mostly just see the weird hand sucking thing as some sort of bizarre thing. It's all like she's deep throating a hand. I'll just delete that one. Just delete the whole thing. It's not like I can... Well, I could have technically edited the post, but I'm too lazy to edit the post and I already deleted it, so... Oh, I was trying to decide if I was going to raise this up or not. But thanks for letting me know. Maybe at some point I'll even appoint moderators for that kind of stuff. I never... There's not enough traffic and they'd really merit a moderator, don't think. But... Kind of like mods for my own Twitch thing. I don't really have mods for that either, for the most part. Still counts the pirate graveyard. That's a good sign. I kind of like the treasure under there. There's another room info here. So much wrong going on in this thing here. Let's go through every one of these room infos and figure out where all the extra ones are. I think grotto ones were fine. Secret garden seems fine. It's over there. It says the viewing room. That's right. I just get rid of the Sally's treasure room one and just replace it with the pirate graveyard as the whole thing. Can't see the edges of it. Where is it? All about here, okay. That's... Well, of course it's huge. Why wouldn't it be huge? It's from a room that was much bigger than this room. And I'm having to tone it back. Mm. All is this? Like, where is it even at? It's like it's huge. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's a biggie. How wide is it though? That's a good question. Pretty wide. That's like despawn distance, which is all the way out here. That's too wide. Real hard to see where this is at. Way better to do this at the start when I don't have a crap in the way. Thankfully the floor is, because it's lower than it should be, actually kind of easy to figure out what things are new. Got like 80 or something. Oh, it puts it way far from the ceiling, doesn't it? How tall is it now? Maybe just 76 would have been fine. 80 is probably a big number. Get it ground level. I don't even see the top. It's all the way up there. It's actually pretty tall. Oh, it's all the way up there. It's like huge. I don't care about that per se. I do care about it hitting the walls though. Get the job done. I'm not looking forward to having to deal with all these brushes on here. There's 46 of them now. Whatever. lay it out first, then I'll pick a day that I just hate myself and do all the brushes. Convert them over. I'm sad that I have to redo this room. And I'll have to redo this wall here probably to have another thing going through. Maybe. 22 XP has it gone? I guess to be fair, they wouldn't really need a door here because they would go to the other... The safari room goes around through this too, so technically they would just be able to go through here, and the broken compass also goes into here, so it wouldn't technically need that. Yeah, my neck is sore today. Ooh. There's so many things I'm currently reworking. I'm going to change this whole area here, but at least now there's a bit of cohesion. This isn't even on the walls. I don't even know what the hell I'm even doing with this crap. Hanging them in the windows? Hell yeah. I too hang skeletons in my windows and closets. I guess they don't have to be hung on the walls per se. When I design this, am I gonna have these high up in the air, or am I gonna bring them down and have the bone things at a different level? I guess it'd be like a multi-tiered fight, like them being up in the air would be an option. If I did this way, they're teleporting to various locations and doing, you know, things at you. It's probably more interesting. I haven't even started finding Sally's AI out. Well, actually, that's wrong. I did kind of barely start. I kind of like the setup. Let's have her teleport up to the various bridges. Have the skulls fire at you or something, like watch you and fire would be interesting. Like a battle, like, you know, make the arena more of a battle thing. You could put it way onto her ship too, though I could just have you jump onto her ship as well. Alright. I like the idea better for this. Go get myself some water here in a second. Don't need this random hook here. It says the sunken depths on it. Why does it say the sunken depths? Is there two doors here? Oh. It just says the sunken depths. Weird. That would be the hidden grotto, not the sunken depths. Lower decks. In Grotto, that's correct. Actually, the store should be closed. Oh man. Might have to redo that wall anyway, I guess. Feels like this whole thing got raised up or moved to the side, but I think it might have actually. No? No, it could have actually. In fact, it most certainly did. I don't know why they got moved. Needs to be redone anyway. I guess you can say that's fine. Sure. I don't think I need to change too much about this location. I might put some sort of secret involving the windows though. So you go out the windows. Oh, thanks for looking, Lepus. My Twitch numbers could use all the help they could get. Yes. Now they banned half their platform with I mean, apparently half their platform was bots. They sure seem to be in August. I wonder how much it truly turned out to be in the end. Probably a lot. Yeah, whatever. Wait for the random traffic to see if they actually did like a little less traffic going on there. Easily distracted. That's why I stream, so I don't get distracted as much. Kinda. Still get distracted, but hear me out. It's not as much? Question mark? Also, it's like some sort of piece of landscape right here. Feasibility of that out of existence. Honestly, I don't even think I want any landscape here at all. I think I'm just going to delete it. Can't even go into this area, so is it even necessary to have the landscape there? I don't think so. It's kind of just in the way. It's definitely in the way here. Oh, lights down here too and everything. The whole area's a mess. Yeah, I should probably have done is just have a ceiling on here instead. Oh, wait. Well, that means Poppet can get up here and go over. That's true. If I don't block this area, then Poppet can get here, which means it now has to be a relevant place for her to go. I'll have to think about that one. After all, I'm going to redo all these walls anyway. But I'm not going to do them right now because I might want to make changes, something like that. I do like that you built a sea inside the fish tank over here. Wouldn't mind fish swimming around, but then if draining the water would kill them all, so that's kind of messed up.
I'm a failure. You're going the wrong way. I stitched my dreams too long to stay. You're going the wrong way.
I guess this just has to be a straight up door, but the problem is the doors are tall. And this would be like it would need to be at ground level to even work. Let's say there's a secret area over here. Otherwise, there's just no way into here. Unless from the third chapter you could enter here, but that'd be... I don't really want that to be a thing. Because that would be like a double loading time to get into this room, which would just be weird. If I didn't have to have the things on different there, then I would probably set it up like that. That's true. Let's say I instead, I could push this down all the way to the bottom. I already had the broken compass entrance right there for the secret garden, so... Well, this goes all the way through. Interesting. I guess to be fair, this particular thing serves no real function anymore. Right? Because it's not really seen there. And I could just have, you know, things going over there like that, so it doesn't really serve any function, so it doesn't need to be there. And why is that where it's centered at? How does it even happen? Could just lower it down in general on this side without any additional anything. By that standard, I should probably just make these both exactly the same size. Otherwise it'll look weird. Well, just this glass needs to go over, so these need to both basically be the same size, I think. This will have to get moved over. Sticking through a wall. I see. I must have slept weird on my arm last night. I'm gonna move this over too much. I'll have to move the one in here over. If I'm gonna do anything with it. Guess there's no reason I can't do that. I'm gonna have to redo this one, won't I? Oh, wait, no, you're at the very bottom area. I don't care about that at all. There's no additional holes in it. Can I just shove it over? That'd be nice. Yeah. I love when I get away with not having to redo something. Plenty of redos that need to happen in here, so. I don't know if I'll be able to actually have a door here to block it off, so it might just be a random room to wander into. Versus anything else interesting. Whoa there, buddy. Well, actually, could work. Obviously, it's a dumpster fire with what's going on with the landscape there, but probably just block that off so you can't see all that. That's too steep. It needs to be a little less steep. I'll hide something over there. Yeah. There's a pretty solid recommendation there for just ditching the landscape in that section. Making it a rock wall. Be a lot more stable as far as having to deal with all the problems involved with it. Of course, I have to do something out here. This here is just an issue. I can't really move it in too much. I mean, I could try. I probably just want to cap the top of this room and put this higher up a bit or something. I don't know. But then the problem is the landscape right in this corner. Which I'm not sure what I'm going to do about. Problem is the door here is kind of tall. And it's kind of hard to bring it down any faster than this. Oops. Like, I could maybe bring it on a little faster, but not by much. Unless I lower this whole thing a bit. Like I said, there's this issue here too, so I probably just need to move this all the way over, just ditch this extra one here. And just make it straight across the same thing. Except I can't for that, so... Perhaps the real answer is a border. I'll make a better one later, but I can also just put a border here. That probably also gets the job done relatively well. If I do that, I want this to be a little more flush with that. Maybe something along those lines will get the job done. obviously need a wall here at that point. If I'm gonna potentially have a secret down here or something. There's no means of reaching this little area, is there? There could be. So it's coming from the room that was off to the side, but since that's no longer there, kind of limits what can and can't be, you know? Not sure what I'm gonna do about this room yet. I do like how there's way more little places to wander. It's where it feels like this gets moved in and out too much. Like it should be much smaller. About like that. Yeah, you almost need a wall there, and then this just has to be shoved down so that it's not sticking through. One of the drawbacks is Poppet will get stuck in there, won't she? It's true. Such a big problem to worry about Poppet getting stuck places. Yeah, see? That's just unacceptable. Plus you can just fall through there. Just didn't think about that part. I probably just need a wall inside here. I don't know. This other way is not going to work without something to stop Poppet from falling through. No, I guess I could put rocks along the sides of the thing too. Instead of the little pathway thing. Or instead of this crappy thing here. Okay, just get rid of that and put rocks along the way. Plus you won't get stuck in the little things, because otherwise it's just going to cause problems. Yeah, like you just problem after problem's gonna happen right here. Here you just go right below. Which would be fine if I turn something down here, but then how does she get back out? The perils of a tiny character. You can get stuck everywhere. She needs like a safety net. I could use these things, the little walls. The surprisingly useful walls. No getting in there now. Little munchkin that Poppet is. Sneaking her way into everywhere. There's a problem. There's problems on the inside there, they'll be stuck in there. I don't know if that has to be a problem necessarily. I might still be able to make it look good from either side, in which case it doesn't matter. They look more like a convenient place to hit your head though. Yeah, if there's just rocks on the interior in here in general, that might be better. Plus here you can see through the landscape, so I just pushed it up. I really do need a ceiling in here or something. There's just no two ways about it. It just lets Poppet get into so many areas she shouldn't be. To not have a ceiling there. Problem is that door right there is really just an issue. Unless I can lower that door down. I might need to do that. Let's say I do that. It does make my life considerably easier if this is lower. I'd probably just get rid of the crap underneath here, potentially. I guess by that standard... Should I just lower it all the way? Let's get rid of all these rocks and crap under here, which isn't really that handy of stuff anyway. Lower it all the way to the floor, and then in the next room I'll just be able to drop it directly where it's supposed to be. Right now it's really high up, but it would have to fall pretty far to do that. Why does every one of these just have like a leaves on them? I've been copy pasting the same one, so it's probably not optimal. Yeah, they all have this, both of them. You only really need one. So I could do that, and then I would get rid of the crap underneath there, push this down, and then probably needs to go all the way to the end, honestly. I don't know if I have enough space otherwise to really bring it far enough down. True. That's like the little support holding that up, so it would be... Ugh. Yeah, I like that one. Should I remove it from the thing? Yeah, let's just say I get rid of all this trash and migrate this down a bunch instead. Actually, let's... Basically, it just has to ramp down to the floor at this point. Like, it doesn't even need to go the rest of the way. It's just floor only. I'd be deleting that one and instead of ramping to the floor, just deleting all this garbage. Cool to have little secret areas, but at the same time, the function of that one is kind of gone now. I can still have a secret area behind it if I want one. I might. More hidden landscape, fantastic. So it needs to go down like this. Pretty fast, honestly. Almost is just an even gradient the whole way. In fact, I'm just gonna grab a new one rather than rebend it like that to try to straighten it out. It needs to go like to about here. Not that incline. That'd be crazy. Well, I could probably get the job done, honestly. Let's run up it and see. I could see it. Oh, you know, it really helped if that was actually connected up to the thing. That gives me even more space. Ooh. I like space. For an even less of a ridiculous incline. Somewhere like that, probably a little better. Oh, maybe not too ridiculous. I want to lower. Oh. I don't want this to be a tripping hazard. It'd be like the worst place to trip. You just trip and roll down this huge thing. That's insane. Why would you do that? Yeah, I'm tempted to have to build like just a wood wall instead and having this landscape. Or a stone wall or something. Just a straight geo brush underneath here, and then I can just cut holes where I want, make it a lot nicer than this monstrosity. While keeping the landscape on top. Which then eliminates all this grossness on the inside here. Lets me have a thing of a different height too. We'll see how that goes, but I might be doing that. It makes a lot more sense than the landscape here, which is, you know, obviously paper thin. I wish landscapes could have depth to them. That'd make such a big difference. Such a game changer. High up. I always want Poppet to be able to just straight run up the ramp. None of that having to hop. Annoying. I know in theory the ramp size wouldn't make much difference to normal people, but since you're the one playing the game, you should be able to just run up and down it without any problems. That's trash collision right there. I'll pat her out a little more so the collision's a little better. I mean, she can have a little issue with it because, you know, she is still tiny, but most of the time I want you to just run up and down these relatively easily. It is a very long ramp. And I can't say I like that. But it is a long way it has to go down too. And by doing that I could have, well, this whole area just be flat and then have the viewing area a little higher. Oh, there's still a Sally's room. I don't know where, but there's still a Sally's room. Whoa, 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 buddy. I'm just gonna rename this to Broken Compass. Am I? Or am I gonna have this be called a separate room? Maybe I'll just call it a separate room. Thinking about it. I don't know what. Well, I mean, it could just be the Broken Compass. This could be where all the dining is, I guess, for it. I could have a bigger kitchen down here too. At that point, if I did that, well, not really. You can't have that big of a kitchen. I almost don't want the little medical one there. It really does just leave one way down, though. Unless I manufacture another somewhere. Which I could do. The problem is that this is the only section that intersects with Toy City as far as like Toy City goes up just a slight amount in order to get there. It's just the area that it occupies has gotten much smaller. A little hallway down. Yeah, a little depressed at the kitchen size. I want something else to go right there in this spot. It's just feels like there should be one more thing at least. And there kind of isn't. Unless I put it over here, but then there's a giant counter over here, which makes no sense that it's right there. Like if I did that. Make that track. I really need to remove it. Even this seems like it's slightly too big. I mean, realistically, for it to be a good pathway through, it probably needs to go to right about there, right? Wait a minute. Instead of having the little kitchen thing in here, I could have the kitchen back there and the other thing, and then this could just be the area where they like serve people. That's true. I don't have a storage area then at that point. So I figure out a new storage location for that. Because this whole room in here could actually be where they cooked at. I might keep the shelf. If that's the case, I'd want to move this over. This building is so big. I realize it has to be big enough for Pop to move around in, but the top little hat thingy is so huge. I'm actually tempted to move the hat down. because the building is so big that it just kind of dominates the room. I'll have to change out the other room a bit if that's the case, but a lot of design decisions have gone along the way that have really changed and improved stuff, but it does seem like the hat's a little high up for no apparent reason. I think it's because the hat's like the size of the building itself. So it's definitely a big sign. But let's say I take all this kitchen crap. The thing that bugs me is it doesn't look like it would be enough to cook this for all like the various seating. Like it seems like there'd be a lot more. And putting it in here would give enough space for it, especially by moving that farther down. Might not even need to move it at all, actually. It might be okay just with it as it is. I deleted the one that I ended up wanting to keep. Beautiful. Job me. Oh, I could also put the sinks on that wall. I can't really move this one without redoing this whole wall. I don't think I want to do that wall over. But I could make a little kitchen over here and just delete these ones out. I mean, storage room serves its function by simply having Annie's on in it. It doesn't really require much else besides Annie's on in there. It's just kind of the meme for her. She's always living in the storage rooms. I could have like multiple cooking things there, and then I can have the little water thingies over here. For food prep. Look at me building my own episode of Kitchen Nightmares, or, you know, Doll's Kitchen or Hell's Kitchen for whatever it is. I mean, Toymaker's Kitchen, I guess. I put these in the center, actually. Alright, alright. I also want to make these actually usable too. At some point. I can put the kitchen here. That gives me more space for the broken compass to have other things in it. Now it feels a little empty back there, but I'll probably put like shelves or something back there. Put like alcohol on it or something. Let the player break the alcohol bottles, as you know they'll want to. Just extra frivolous things that's fun to do. This also means I can have more space for, but the counter doesn't have to be as big. Because I'm not having a bunch of food back here, so let's have a bunch of these like things here to store stuff, I guess. It's called a galley. That's where they cook the food. A galley. Oops. Now it's looking more like a proper restaurant setup. God, I kind of want the broken compass to be huge. But at the same time, there'd be no function for it being huge like that. But you'd think that the dining area would actually be... This wall wouldn't be here. Like if I was making a dining thing, I wouldn't put this wall here at all. Which makes me think I should remove it. But... then I can't lock them out of the broken compass till later. Which is a problem. But it does seem like it'd be a dining place, and yeah, a little strange. I'll get myself something to drink here in a second here. Yeah, I think we'll take a bio break real fast. It's been like 2 hours and 45 minutes. I need to stand up at least every couple hours or kind of stiff. I'll be right back. Well, I'll start at the broken compass and think of ideas for it. Be back. There's an errant player start somewhere. What's his bad size? That's a... I don't know what the function of this even is anymore. I don't even need these tables anymore because you can't really fit any of them out here. So this particular room might have no purpose at all. It used to be it was a save point right before you face Charlotte. But the actual order that happens on is going to be different, and Charlotte's now on the other side of the building, so being over in the largest room on here. It's going to be really nice to not have to fill up this spot. This is actually just sticking out of the building too, by the way. Guess I forgot that. Hey, this is an intro thing for when I remember tomorrow's many versions. Much more depressive versions. To be honest, that was a depressive game in general, though. The whole thing was depressive. Like, this, when you think about what Poppet Quest is really saying, it's actually a really terrible, horrible thing that's happening. But it doesn't come off as depressive about it. You're literally playing as a woman who was killed, like she's murdered and like her soul's stuffed into a doll. So like someone's literally just killing people off and putting their souls in dolls. This is a terrible thing. But it's, you know, you're still playing with a bunch of toys, and it's very, got a more comedic feel to it in a way, I guess. I could make it real depressing if I wanted it to be, but even Little Nightmares is somewhat playful in how it acts. It's not bringing you down, you know? I need one there, sure. So. The other game, she just basically fell off a cliff. She's just trying to, you know, wake back up, basically. Not die. So you're just fighting against death, effectively. Much more depressing in every way. This, I'm saying you get to break, you know, champagne bottles or something as a toy. I mean, like, you can overlook the being murdered thing, right? It's not a problem. It's so funny because that out of context sounds so weird. You can overlook the murder thing. It's not a problem. You sure about that, buddy? It sounds like a problem. Should this shelf even be here? I don't think so. This room has no function in this area, though. If I'm gonna have these, they need to be around the sides. I'm not sure I should have them. Well, not this one, obviously. It kind of added the ambiance in some areas, but not really. Like I say, it really feels like this should be one giant room. But the problem is, well, there's twofold problems. One, it messes up the whole ability to, you know, control where the player's at. But two, I don't know what I would even do with such a large room. A lot of times I need to design the room for the gameplay purpose, and I'm sure these rooms will get some changes as they go along, too. To fit that gameplay thing. And this is... I mean, the other one's got so many changes, and they're still getting changes for that very reason. Yeah. Also, there really doesn't need to be this many lights in that tiny little spot. I get that they're down here at the bottom, so technically you probably really need one right there. I put them there because they match. But the reality is you probably wouldn't have this one because it's in the way. Right? Like people are walking through here. This one, it lights it up, it's fine, it's not in the way. You're not really crawling through here, probably. In hindsight, I probably should have crammed this all the way up against the wall, though. You know? Like, it would have made a lot more sense than what I currently am doing. Because then you probably wouldn't even have bothered with the rail. You also don't have this wasted space there. And I could move it and do it over if I want. Not saying I won't. But there is a price tag to that in time that I'm not sure I want to do just for something minor. It depends on what happens with this room as time goes by. It might change up a lot. For now, it's kind of here. Okay, well that just looks weird going through the metal. I have decided that I do have to obey physics, sorta, in how I design things. Like, not completely, but enough that people don't look at it like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Just enough suspension of disbelief to get the job done. I kind of want this key somewhere more interesting. I just don't have anywhere to put it that's interesting yet. On the ground behind this seems kind of... eh? I'll probably have some little garden thing up here. That's right, there's like hidden stuff under everything here. There's a great deal of seating in here, isn't there? But so many things lead to the broken compass. I mean, like, this whole setup gets you to the broken compass pretty quickly. Except for I don't really think I want this to be quite... I mean, this is more attraction-centric, because Pirate Cove is attraction-centric. Pirate Graveyard's attraction-centric. The Brig is attraction-centric. They all kind of fit. So in a way, it actually worked out really well. They're nice to each other. Oh, I said they're next to each other? They're nice to each other. Yes, they're really kind to each other. It's wonderful. I'm glad my rooms get along. The feeding room makes no sense as far as name goes. It needs a better name. At least the pump rooms are named after what they do. They're not named after a ship thing, though. Well, let me look up ship parts. Pirate ship parts, please. We got all kinds of names. Anything I can't show in? Okay, that's fine. Blah, blah, blah. I need something that fits the kind of thing, the name like you would be looking at something, but I already have a crow's nest. But to be fair, the crow's nest could be somewhere else. But I want the crow's nest to be higher up. This includes a lot of parts I don't care about. I mostly wanted the rooms. This one sucks. Find a better site. There's this one here. That's why last time I found a better one. Wish they just had definitions for each thing, so I don't have to click each one to find them. That was a cat head. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. I've never seen that. This is the midship, I suppose. The view room just sounds stupid. Okay. They named the box. Good for them. Oops. I got rid of the bulkhead. It's in the hull of the ship. Man, none of these are all that good. Oh. Well. I call that the bilge because the bilge is the place that's for the cooking thing, so I guess you could just be in some sort of area that looks like a place to hold stuff. Oh, never mind. I don't want to call it that. Somewhere else should be the bilge. Hold would probably fit for a little storage room. I mean, it's not huge or anything, but it's got to be huge. Weird. Hey, Newt Genus, how's it going? There's some time for me to look up pirate names because I was renaming rooms and I couldn't think of good names for things. Should actually just be the hold. How's your day going? Hold key sounds funny. Some advice for a beginner? Sort of advice. Still need a good name for this. Or replace the whole room with the crap in it. I mean, I could call it the bilge. It's just a weird name for it. But it is low decks, and there's water here. So it is kind of like that. And this is the lower decks. Here. I don't know why the bilge would be where you would actually eat food at. That's kind of bizarre. Make it all ambiance, if you will. I mean, I guess it could be the bilge. There is water down here, and it just doesn't make sense for the food perspective thing. That's the only weird thing. But to be fair, the Broken Compass is not exactly a location on a ship either. It's just a restaurant called that, so... That's not helpful. Oh, that's much more helpful. Is it though? I mean, is it? There are many actual rooms on a ship, is there? Not specifically named rooms, apparently. It's mostly directions on a ship. Anyway, what sort of advice are you looking for? What you want to know? Yeah, we'll call it the bilge. It's just so much more fitting. After all, there's a pump room attached to it. I guess the bilge key is over here. Oh, lowercase that. It does matter. It most certainly does. It will not work otherwise. Why are those saying the room numbers again? They shouldn't be. What the heck? Hey, Leposian, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. What you up to? I guess what were you up to? There's some time for my huge restructure of this chapter as it's been going on and 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 on. I'm still rebuilding this whole section over here. It's gonna be a minute. So how goes the project? Is the demo ready? Some year. Oh yeah. Hey, Leposian, you should talk to TX there, because he wants to make a game very similar to what you're making. I think you two would get along great. Yes, you have very similar ideas of what you want to make. Yes. Very similar. Yes. Yes, I linked him your game and everything like that, told him about you. And now you have shown up. Perfect, perfect. You two could be besties. For certain. I can just eliminate that entirely and then just move this down. Oh, well, maybe I can't really eliminate it entirely. Yeah, it's a little large. I hate landscapes. I used to love them. Then I used them. Now I hate them. You're such a problem child every time. I mean, you can't delete portions of them. You have to delete like huge sections. It's really annoying. Yeah, like that. You're not a programmer until you are. That's how you become a programmer. You just start doing it. It's really that simple. You'd be surprised what you can just do. Can I just visibility that tiny section away? No. I should probably just turn this into a wall. It would save me so much effort. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you kind of roped into exactly these locations for stuff. Can't we push that farther away? Yeah. Like, other than your theme imposing, like, he wants to do the same thing. The theme you have is definitely different than his, but your style to it. The synthwave thing. Find the other thing here too. I'm not missing the chats. I'm just gonna make a wall there. I'm tired of this landscape crap. This also needs to be pushed down anyway. If you could start like right now, but, you know, you can, I mean, depending upon the size of a demo, you can, or a prototype, you can get a prototype done real fast, especially depending upon the graphics involved. Like, you know, if your graphics are maybe not like top tier or something. You can, well, I mean, the crappier the graphics, the quicker you can get a prototype together. It's pretty simple, really. It's just kind of how it works. Just to faster is better. Well, crappier is better for that. Whatever I'm clicking on is not what I should be clicking on. Hear me out. It was a bad plan. Technically, this won't even be in the demo. I'm not even sure what I'm really working on it, other than I guess to be to make certain it was an okay thing to just change it out like this. Let's just do this. Let's get rid of this garbage landscape thingy for this area. Yeah. Synthwave is extremely rare. It's rarer than steampunk, which says a lot. Steampunk isn't exactly common, and yet here we are with something rarer than that. That's like today someone showed it and they told me they want to make their game Diesel Punk, and I was like, what is Diesel Punk? I've never even heard of it. People be trying to one-up me with their rare stuff. Jeez. See how it is. Then someone's like, but Clock Punk, and I was like, Clock Punk? What the? What am I even hearing? Okay, let's just get rid of this. Let's just make the assumption that well, this doesn't need to go all the way over. That's part of the problem here too. But we'll make the assumption that this doesn't need to be. Just give up on our dumb little landscape, if you will. I don't want to spend the rest of my life designing that landscape to get to work in this tiny little area. And that's what it feels like it would take. Oh, thanks so far. I'm going 4080. How's it going? You're just in time for me to come to my senses about landscapes. Inside of buildings. And the bad life decision of including them. I mean, I'm still keeping that landscape. I'm just not going to bend it all the way down here. I'm going to come a little to my senses here. This is definitely a limited space, though. I was never accounting for the depth of this wall. Sometimes, you know? You don't think about these things. Ah, yes. You have been at it for quite a minute. For certain. I admire your dedication to that. Most certainly. I guess I don't necessarily need these rocks here. Especially because I don't have any of those. Unless I want to make this whole thing look like rock. That's sure I could do that. Disgusting landscape. Now I can just easily put a ceiling over the top of this, basically. I'll have to flatten the landscape out to get to this point. And then visibility, the portions like that, just... All my homies hate landscapes. They're cool outside. A little crappy when you're inside. They're cool outside. Don't landscape into here. That is weird. Be none of that. Keep your landscape out here. Don't be messy. Now I'm just defeating the purpose. Be gone, foul one. I guess I can't be gone, foul ones that because it's too much. Be gone, foul ones? It's kind of hard to be gone, foul ones this small space here. To be fair, at least I can hide portions of it in the wall. Not working so hot though, is it? Yeah, let's do that and kind of hide it into the wall here a bit. I definitely don't like some of the layout of this yet. Well, now that I have to rework the entire layout, it's kind of awkward. Smooth. Just RFG this crap. Right, this says has a material I can just steal off of it to get the job done. We'll find out. I don't think it works like that. It does not. Sometimes they just tile in just a way that gets the job done. 9 times out of 10 does not work like that. I wonder if I have stone in some of my tileable ones. Not really. But this is probably the closest I got. It doesn't look good. Like, you wouldn't put that there. Probably. Also, am I committed to having any kind of secret in there? Well, if I am, I'm still getting rid of all this garbage. I don't need it anymore. It no longer connects the same way it did, so unnecessary. I can put a secret under here, put like a wall here, and then do that. Just have a long hallway to get to the secret viewing room. It's not a 0. Technically, I can push this wall farther back, too. It's not wrong. Also, now, technically, I need a thing over the top of this as well. Let's just grab anything and use it as a placeholder, if you will. Oh, the landscape's sticking through there, too. Landscape. Why? I think what I did was I actually just put a thing over the top of it to hide the fact it was there and forgot I did that, and then moved it. But now I don't care as much because that doesn't have to be there. Yeah, it's kind of working. Gotta make certain they can't see the cracks in the armor, as they say. It has no holes. These are really close to each other. I think what would make way more sense for this setup here, if I was really going to build this particular room, would be to put something over the top of this area entirely. and then only have you go down into a small section of it, but never leave it open like this. Yeah, that'd make way more sense. This just is weird otherwise. Actually, we'll put a holder up here. It would just literally be that. Right. And then you just cut a hole in the top. Yeah, I'd be like, do that there, and I just cut the hole here. Oh, there's so many brushes on this level now. I hate it. It's gonna be hours putting them all into what they need to be. And you would subtract away a portion of it. Whereas the wall next to it is in fact a brush as well at this point. So I'd probably want to shrink this down a bunch. Yeah, something like that, probably. I know I'm placing this first. I'm gonna have to do the landscape anyway, over the top of it. This also acts as a ceiling over here too. I'll have to have a separate one for this room, I guess. Won't be perfect. Whatever. Ah, yes. Tron, that's the name. Oh wow, when you put it like Tron, oh. That means you probably like Megatron as well. Not Megatron, Megatron, sorry. The streamer who, she's also a Tron fan. Blah, blah, blah. Why am I blanking on the spell her name? Wave, Art Deco, Tron, Cyberpunk, Blade Runner. Those are all the styles. It's fair, it's fair. I definitely got the Cyberpunk vibe and the synthwave thing. I always think of like just, well, I mean, to be fair, all your stuff does feel like it's inside of a computer, so I guess Tron does fit, huh? Tell me I wanted the Earth is my map. I think turned it off. Oh. I'm not saying your idea is a bad one. I mean, I'm never saying about that. Definitely went over, you know, what I thought it would take to make it, and it wouldn't be very easy, but I, you know, I think it's gonna take a minute or 12 to pull it off for certain. Definitely true. It's gonna take a minute. Oh, fair. I just didn't want you to think that I thought your idea was like not gonna work out, because like Blizzard, he's making one, so I mean it can happen. He has put a lot of work into his project for certain. That is a tall order to make life. Unless she's cute and there's a lot of alcohol involved. Then maybe it's not a tall order then, but for every other version of life, it's a tall order. Now the big map's hard to manage. Personal thoughts for today, the smart world, but yeah. The more I do this, the smaller my scope becomes, is what I've been learning. Like, it just at some point, it's... You can make these giant maps, but filling them full of content is what takes all the time. And that is not easy. You'll find that I have been cutting back whole sections of the game purely because the content is just, it takes so long, and I'd rather just have good content in less area than a bunch of empty space with you know, mediocre content in it, just because I could fill it up with, you know, just because I can have more space. Like, I can actually sculpt over the top of this and be fine. I don't care about this portion here. Not right here though. Right there I really can't do that, but up to that point I can get away with it. Oops, sculpt down. One of the earliest maps was like, it was just like 2 by 2 miles, and it was like, no, it's 5 by 5 miles, and it was, it just filling that full of content would just take forever. It's a lot of content. Be surprised just how much content that is. Movies not sound huge amount. As a song bought the idea, they'll be able to keep releasing new cities, dates, countries, new maps, updates. Yeah, like for years. The thing is you don't have to have the big map at first. You could just be like, okay, well, here's a city. I'm gonna make this city, and you can do all this stuff inside this city. And then if they want to add to it, you can be like, okay, well, now we add another city somewhere else that they could travel to. And you just keep adding to that like that, which I think is a lot better than a huge world where it's like, okay, but most of it's empty, so what does it matter, right? Flatten it out this way because I don't want it to be underneath there. I do want this to be sculpted down though. Down, not up. You. I'll just sculpt that up then, so it's, I'll just erase that if I can. Ugh. Sculpt down. That'll get the job done. It's slowly coming along. I definitely need a roof in this thing here too, so they can't get through. Otherwise I was gonna have to create area up here to fill in all this space, and I don't want to do that. Landscapes kind of require an area around them for all the stuff that kind of pokes through. Museums are there. Second Life. What, Second World? Yeah, Second Life was in there. NFT and stuff. What, nowhere? Yeah. Well, Second Life's been around since like the dawn of time. And it took a really long time and a lot of money behind it. And like you have, you know, Meta doing the metaverse type of setup sort of thing, or you have VR chat is another one. Where they kind of organically add stuff by simply people making it and adding onto the worlds, and it gets larger and larger. And that's kind of almost how you have to do it, because otherwise, like, the scope is so big that how are you going to make all that? Yeah, I definitely look those up and, you know, check them out. Roblox is another one that has a world too. I almost think that if you were going to make a world, it's better off to just simply join up with what they're doing and start adding content to their stuff. Because never underestimate the cost of servers and the like, you know? It ain't free, plus getting people to play your games is not easy either. Very challenging. Yeah. I mean, there's pretty good money in making things for, like, you know, VR chat, and I don't know if there's good money for Second Life. I know there's good money for, like, you know, Roblox, or at least there used to be. Because the thing is, you already have the customer base there, and that's really hard to get. As someone who's been struggling to get interest in this game, I can tell you right now, it's slow going. I'm up to 68 wish lists now. And it's taken, I mean, I haven't put the amount of advertising in I could, but it's taken about a month and a half to get there. So now imagine how many you need to populate a huge world. Challenging. You probably also want to release it as some kind of early access thing too, so you get people playing it and messing with it, adding to it. I think I would actually invest heavily in modding tools for it. Like, you spend all your time making a world that they can play, like a simple starting area from the plan, and then give them all the tools to build their own crap. I'll call that the Minecraft theory. But, you know, I mean, just in general, like, if you give them the tools to build the stuff, they'll make the content themselves. Plenty of people, I've seen people build all sorts of things. I mean, like, as they say, the children yearn for the mines, right? Like, for some reason, people want to do jobs in their games. I don't know why. I hate those kinds of games where I have to, like, do an actual job inside of a game. Why would I do that? I'd rather just do the job in real life and make money if that was the case. I have enough work. I won't play, you know? As I sit here and make games in Unreal Engine. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if someone wants me to craft, like, something like that, I'd rather just craft in real life. I realize that, you know, I'm not everybody. Because I do this as my normal fun, I have a different perspective than other people who would not do this. For certain. It's cool. I think Roblox has a good thing going with their game and platform, but I don't agree with some of the stuff they're letting happen with their platform. Yeah, you know, I don't worry about a lot of those things, because if I really had problems like that, Twitch has plenty of things I wouldn't agree with on their platform. I mean, if we're gonna get crazy like that. But the thing is, it's not like, I mean, these companies are so massive, and the stuff that it's hard to police everything. Like, you know, some stuff's gonna get through, and eventually things usually get fixed. Probably. But I'm not going to pass up an opportunity just because some company did something I didn't like somewhere along the line. There's things that Steam does that I don't like. There's things that Epic does that I don't like. You know, I mean... like... I'm using a Windows, you know, based computer here. I don't like Microsoft one bit. Microsoft's a terrible company. Am I going to switch to Linux? No. Why? Linux sucks. There you go. I've tried it a few times. I've tried multiple versions. It's terrible. You know it's terrible because people still use Windows, even though Microsoft treats us like shit. Like, that says a lot. Everyone hates Microsoft. We're still using Windows. Why? Because Linux is so bad. We're willing to put up with Microsoft bullshit. That's crazy. That sounds a lot better than making a bunch of cities yourself. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, like, as far as making cities, like, let's say you make a city. Cool, you put some buildings in. What are you going to do in those buildings? Right? I mean, My entire game is all about putting stuff to do inside of one building. I can keep you here for hours in one building. Granted, you know, the character's tiny and the building is therefore huge in that regard, but now imagine a city worth of content. Most people, they just like, this is, I think, a problem with a lot of the AAA games, especially these days, is they just put this huge area and then they put like, you know, they'll put like all these buildings in for the city like that, and they won't even do anything with them. It's just there to pad it out and make you think you're in a city, but it's just you're running by. Like it's just background scenery. And a lot of these games, like the AAA games, just will pad out their runtimes by having huge amounts of empty space between objectives. The whole open world thing, and it's like, why? Like, I mean, it's not free to have all that crap out there. Like, it does take resources to have these huge worlds, both in making them and, you know, while you're running your game. Like, this city out here is not free. I did what I could to optimize it. It's very optimized, but it's not free. So it's like you're sacrificing frames to have extra empty space, essentially. Like, I mean, there's stuff in it, but you can't do anything with it, so it's kind of empty as far as the player's concerned. You would never really be accessible. Yeah, that's just it. I mean, like, you know, look at Minecraft. You know, that the whole, all the crafting games. Literally, like it's super easy to make a crafting game because all you have to do is just have an open world and then build a crafting system for it. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I say super easy, it's still going to take a bunch of time. But when you compare that against simulating life for difficulty, it's super easy by comparison. And to be fair, I think crafting games are pretty easy to make in general overall, because you don't, they don't suffer from the problem I do. I have to keep providing all this content for you to do, like specifically designed content. Like I have a path, I have events, things that have to happen as you're going along, like, you know, whereas in the crafting game, they're just like, hey, build stuff. Their world is empty. They don't have to create hours of content. They don't have to create a story or any kind of cohesive experience like that. It's just, hey, build stuff with some sort of upgrade tree. So meanwhile, I have to make all these abilities and things like that, and every like whole combat system. Yeah. So the thing is very easy to do, and that's why a lot of indies will gravitate towards it because, well, yeah, why not? You know, it's like, it makes a lot of sense. What I'm doing doesn't make sense at all. This is dumb. Why would you do this? This was more like the kind of thing you'd expect out of like the AAA company, except for that I can't do the cutscenes or anything like that, and a lot of the content, it just takes so long to do. Granted, I don't waste time with, you know, people who don't do any work like the AAA companies do, so. But I mean, narrative stories take a long time because you can't recycle content, and that's just doesn't really fit for the indie style as well as it could. It's also why horror games are easy because they might be narrative, but they're short. So the fact they're short lets you get away with not having to do a whole lot, you know, and like it makes it a lot easier. This would have been so much smarter to do as a horror game. I mean, the big problem is, as weird as this might sound, I actually don't like horror games. I just find them boring. They've never been something I've liked. So I like macabre games, you know, things that are just, they're just weird and off and everything. But I love Metroidvanias, and I love wandering through these little worlds, and I like power. I like being powerful in games, and horror games are the absence of power. They're about taking power from the player. Because once you have power, like the second you can turn around and just kill the bad guy is not scary anymore. That's the thing. Like as soon as every horror movie and everything like that, as soon as the bad guy can be beaten, they're no longer scary. Once you have their weakness in hand, basically. Bumping up a crafting game. That's what I do for you. Yeah. You ever purchased a horror game? Yeah. Like I say, like the basic premise of the horror game, I actually do like horror movies. And I recognize what makes a horror game work and what doesn't, and what I like about horror movies and not, like the ones that are good. And what I find are the ones, the horror stories where they don't reveal the bad guy quickly. Like if your bad guy is just some sort of slasher or something like that, that's just like more comedy to me. It's just so stupid. There's just ketchup flying everywhere. It's weird. But the ones where they sit there and like, you know, they basically play on the unknown. The longer you can play on the unknown, the better, because there's nothing scarier than what you come up with in your own mind. Because like the reality is never as scary as what you can think of, what you can imagine. So as long as you keep them, you know, wondering what it is and always looking over their shoulder, the unknown is terrifying, because, you know, we all know what the unknown is. Like, it's not something you don't have to, like, when you say, like, you know, Freddy Krueger or something like that, you have to establish what Freddy Krueger is. Like, you know, you got to have that whole, like, dream thing like that. You never have to establish what the unknown is to people. We all have that figured out. Let's see. Other storyline games, RPGs, the ability to level and make a character stronger, more experience, and draws me in. Yeah, so RPGs in general, yeah. I mean, narrative games, yeah. Hey, Bird, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, I came from the RPG Maker community, so I know all about those kinds of games. Even though I like action RPGs and I don't like the old school JRPGs particularly. I was a really weird one to be in that community. Final Fantasy is fair, that's fair. I think everyone here can have a discussion about Final Fantasy. Seems like everyone's played at least some amount of games, and usually their favorites are whatever came out when they were younger. It's pretty true. I played like 1 through 8 I played already. I played part of 9. I didn't like 9 very much. Played 10. I didn't play the MMOs. Played 12 and 13. I didn't like 12 or 13 particularly, but they were fine, I guess. I didn't play the boy band one. I think that was 15? I saw the story for the, actually I've seen the story for the boy band one too. I'm just gonna call it the boy band one because the advertisement made me look like a boy band. And I saw the most recent one with Clive. And that one had a good story. Yeah, FF16. I mean, it was basically an action RPG, which was a real tangent for them. They've been changing their combat system a lot. I never played it because I didn't own a PlayStation 4 or 5 or whatever the hell it was on. By the time it came to PC, I had already seen it played enough times that I didn't care anymore. Same thing with the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I would have bought that if it had come out on PC, but by the time it did, like a year plus later, it had been beaten to death. And I was like, well, I don't care now. Same thing with Rebirth. Like, I don't care now. Because I will, you know, I'll watch the cutscene movies. I need things to, you know, watch while I eat, and that's basically like a whole like multi-season show on Netflix. Essentially, it's like, this is pretty good. Thanks. Played around reading Her Story. It was good. I've been so inundated with feminist crap lately that by writing Her Story on there, that's the first thing I think of, and it's gonna be a hard sell, man. I even like stories about women, as dumb as this is, but when you read it like that, that title just makes me not want to play it. Isn't that terrible? So true, though. Watch someone really played it. I mean, yeah, if those cutscene movies are good. Like, it's like, oh, here's like 16 hours of cutscenes. The show, that's 2 seasons of a Netflix show and then some. Hell yeah. So yeah, it's just like, and it's more taking place in detective interrogation. Oh, that's fair. It's just the title is so off-putting in this day and age. Like, it's just, They can only beat me over the head with that stick so many times before I'm just like, I don't care. And now, until someone tells me different, and I just start assuming things are like that because it's just, you know? Once they cry wolf enough times, I just assume that the wolf is never coming. I think it's the best way to put it. That's cool. Back when FF had like 4 discs. Hell yeah, FF8. FF8 had a great disc 1. It's just too bad there was 3 other discs. Why were there 3 other discs? The game was terrible besides those 3 discs. Besides that part, it's like, why? Why would you do this? You guys know better. Okay, I made lots of mistakes here. I could just push this back. I don't know if I even care about having that through there. Well, I don't want sticking through that, but... But right there. Good enough. What's that? No, nothing. What's that landscape? Ugh. This terrible thing that I have to deal with because I have the secret garden in here and I had to move everything, so I'm having to retool the landscape to fit this smaller room. Because I cut out 25% of the building on the other side of the building. And it was amazing for the first chapter, but man, the second chapter has taken like multiple days to restructure. I'm still restructuring it. The good news is it got rid of a bunch of crap rooms. So I don't have to worry about those. I played 7 through 13, never played 14. 15 was weird, love 16. Fair. Yeah, once they became like console only, the Final Fantasy games, I don't own any consoles. I don't know why I would ever buy a console. My PC is way more powerful than all the consoles. And I already own it, and I can justify it because I use it for everything else, whereas the console doesn't do anything. I had games, I have more games than I want to even, you know, play on the PC already. Why would I need something else? So I kind of stopped playing them once that became a thing. X2, oh yeah, the fashion one where you change outfits. Yeah, I thought that would be way fun, more entertaining than it was. It was like cool for like 5 seconds because I was, you know, a teen at the time. Actually, was a teen? I don't know. I was younger, and having, you know, attractive chicks change their outfits all the time sounded good. And then, listen, it wasn't. That'd be like, but I was like 10 too, yeah. So, and eventually turned the thing on to speed up the process because it was boring. Yeah, of course, the hot girls in games. Like, why wouldn't I want that? Like, you make the chicks attractive, okay? Like. It's not rocket science. Sex sells. You make your chicks ugly, you better make your game freaking amazing to make up for your chicks being ugly, because that is a negative in your game. I don't care if the guys are ugly. They're guys. They're none of them are attracted to me. So do whatever you want. I don't care. You can put women in your game, make them hot. That's simple. It's that simple for me. Yeah. Sitting in the furniture all day. Oh, can't move. Oh. Like, exercise is bad. It makes you unable to move. You can tell right there. It's. Need waifus at my place? Yeah, I mean, listen. Who doesn't need waifus? Waifus everywhere. This kind of gets the job done. Except right there. I just have to put it on the wall here, I guess. I don't like this under here. I feel like I should, sorry, I hate the term I feel. It sounds retarded. I think that, I can't believe they got me saying I hate California. I'm wasting space under this ramp. And if I got this wall and pushed it back some, I could make it... I could get a little more space. Not too much though, because you'd hit your head. Maybe like to there or something. Still hot girls in game, yeah. Moving is horrible, yes. No one likes moving. Waifus for everyone, message for coming 2026, yes. I mean, anybody running on waifus for everyone is automatically pretty cool in my book. I mean, after all, they're going to make AI waifus for us pretty soon anyway. I'm sure by 2030 you'll be able to just get an AI waifu. What'll happen is we've already seen that Elon is more than happy to goon over AI after they gave us Annie, you know, the Grok AI that's looks like Misa from Death Note. And she's got a an NSFW mode as well. So I've already seen the videos of her doing like, you know, the relationship stuff, and Jesus Christ. So it's already ready there. They're making their little bots, which they're working on. And we've already got all this stuff to make them seem like a real woman because they have the real dolls. So hear me out. Elon will likely just buy the real doll people and put that over the top of his, like, you know, robots, and we'll have our waifus. Done. And he might be like, well, you know, the AI might go crazy and kill you. I live in California. Have you met the women in California? There's a reason I don't date anymore here. Jesus. The crazy's like, I'm good. I'm good. So, you know, listen, like, okay. So I'm already ready for the waifus. Like, I already see the path forward on how they're going to do it. It's over. It's too late. Humanity is done. We had a good run. We're all going to go out because nobody wants to breed anymore because there'll be robot waifus everywhere. And you'll be able to customize them for whatever you want. The number of waifus with cat ears will probably be not zero, I imagine. I have a sneaking suspicion. Yeah. Exactly. It's gonna be interesting. For certain. What goes in the future. I mean, they've just invented so much in my lifetime already, Jesus. That's how I know I feel old now. Well, also because still we're half the time, but doesn't help either. I just think of all the stuff they made. It's like, well, we went from like personal computers that could barely even run DOS to freaking AI in like my lifetime, and damn, shit do be advancing fast. Amateur's robot take over as these human lifeless robots. No, it's gonna be hot. Yeah, like, literally it. Like, you know, you thought Terminator was going to be about them shooting us, but all they have to do is become more lovable than the women out there, and then all the guys will just go with them instead, and then there'll be no breeding. I mean, I'm sure they can do the same for women, but I won't care at that point. Does it matter? Whatever. Yeah. Well, to be fair, most guys aren't breeding now at this point. Most people aren't breeding at this point. The birth rate's below replacement levels. In all the countries that really matter, the ones that make all the good stuff. All the countries where that's not so useful people, they're breeding super fast, but... yeah, about that. I don't want them to breed faster. This is a terrible plan. Terrible. Sadly, don't get to pick. I hate landscapes. Stupid things sticking out here messing with me. Oops, nope. Ugh. You can't delete little portions of them. You have to delete like the whole thing. Let's see, bots come with eggs to fertilize. That'd be insane. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to do. I mean, they can there's already plenty of women who, like, you know, try to freeze their eggs or whatever, but what if they could just take their eggs and put them inside of a robot that could then just, you know, act as an incubator. I definitely think that non-zero amounts of them would do it. It's gonna be crazy to see what happens. I am always impressed and mildly mortified at some of the things science can pull off. I think it's far more likely that people will decide to live inside of a matrix where they can have whatever they want than them needing to create all the AI waifus for us to have. After all, people already like games to the point where they would basically spend their whole lives in there. Just imagine if you could, you know, put on a little thingy and just be in that world. How many people would do it? Yep, live on a feeding tube. Yeah, exactly that. People will do it. You know they will. Their lives outside aren't that great. Might also just become really expensive to live outside of the simulation too. I guess I can't move this wall over, can I? Well, I'd have to have like a separate wall up here. It's not really gonna work, is it? Damn. Fair enough. But I mean, you know, we've already got Neuralink going on, so they already have a way to connect to your brain. I still think that's probably the scariest new technology than anything else. Just imagine what they can do once they connect to your brain. People will go, oh, blah, 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 they're going to put a chip in your brain. They're going to, through, like, I like people who, they would talk about the, what are they called? Well, anyway, the COVID jab thingies. They were like going blah blah blah. Like they're gonna put some chip in you to control your mind. Bitch, this is a chip that goes in there next to your brain. Like, what in the world? This is so much scarier than your weird thing like that. This is your reality. What are you high? That one's terrifying. I just think of all the things the government wants to, like, you know, tell you in the first place, and then I think now they can just connect directly to your brain to tell you what to think. I mean, maybe not yet. It's good for disabled people, you know, if you can't function and then this just lets you do it, sweet, but for everyone else, terrifying. Got this Meta Glass yesterday in HD display. I see. How's that working for you? Can't say I've even known they made those, but I'm not surprised, I guess. I don't keep track of anything anymore. I used to, but now I just don't care anymore. Honestly, I'm just always making games. I have no life. I'm not playing anything. Exactly. That's some scary things like that. I'm a fan of a lot of things Elon does, but let me tell you, that one is definitely the most troublesome one for certain. But the thing that I worry the most is not that it's not that they'll force you to do it, but what will happen is eventually, in order to compete with the AI stuff, eventually humans have to upgrade themselves, which then means you reach a world where people have to start implanting things in themselves to be better. They go almost cyborg, if you will, which then means you would need the thing, you wouldn't have the choice on the Neuralink thing. That's the world that's scarier. If we have to compete with AI, because eventually the robots will be, I mean, how will you outcompete a robot? You won't. You can't. So that's just something I was thinking, like, you know, this is maybe not the best thing in the world. I haven't gotten them. It comes with some type of watch that has a link to your hand movements. Oh, I see. Definitely interesting. I can't really use them myself. I have issues, like, all of them just make me sick. It's just optical problems with them or something. I don't know. So that's why I usually don't pay too much attention to them. But I guess well, I also have neck issues at this point too because I injured my neck, so I can't even have any weight on my neck. That sucks. So I can't even wear one of those while standing up. But if I was laying down, I could technically do it, like the Sword Art Online style. But it wouldn't help with the optical problem. Do you make sure that way? Regular size glasses? Well, if there's regular glasses, I can wear those. I have like, you know, multiple disc bulges in my neck. I can't have a lot of weight on my neck at all. It's pretty bad. So I just don't. That's my strategy. It's a good strategy. You just don't. I don't know why this room needs to be here, but it's here now because it was here before. And then I can have a secret under here. Yay, secret! Sadly, nothing over here because that would be the next area. I see what people were saying. Just Revolution started, and it's kind of similar to happening. Yeah, things are going to change. New things will happen. People will adapt. There's always the fear mongering. Yeah. I mean, I remember when computers became widespread use for the first time, and then when the internet became widespread for the first time, you know? Didn't have those. It wasn't until AOL that people all started talking about the internet. Otherwise, nobody even knew anything about it. You never saw anyone use it at all. That was like the first time normies got on there. If only we'd known that humanity was, you know, only going to get worse because it would create social media and all that, but you know. Oh well. We had a good run, boys. We had a good run. This should actually be called the Bilge, actually. Neck is so stiff today. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm sure at some point, like, you know, as I get older and things work worse and worse, I'll be much more excited to take some of their upgrades that they suggest. You know, crawl for some coffee? That's fair. I'll be here. But I can definitely see it. Like right now, if they had something to fix my neck problems, I would take it. I would definitely take it. That's so true. I definitely would. 100%. Couldn't afford it, but they cause me a lot of issues. They definitely do. I should just flatten that out. It's actually underneath here that needs to be flattened right here. That's actually what I want. I hate landscapes. I mean, they're useful for what they are, but man, they cause a lot of problems. That's true, I didn't. It's this game that taught me to hate them. Yeah. Actually, no, it wasn't. When did I start hating? Because it might have been the other game that made me hate him. No, it was this game. It was definitely this game that made me hate him. Because I made one in the other game and I ended up throwing away that whole game because it was such a dumpster fire. But they're just so glitchy and I've had to redo them so many times, including this one, because they break. This one got redone last time for a different reason though, so it gets something of a pass for that reason. But now it's getting a bit of redone because I moved it. But you can't just copy and paste them to another map. It doesn't work like that. And I've tried the height map method that they have, which isn't very good. They don't one for one. So if the map ever gets corrupted, be prepared to have to redo your landscape if anything happens to it. And that's what happened, because when I updated to 5.6, there was an issue with the text plugins, and I was using them as a sign. I had some in the world. And somehow, even though I deleted them, it corrupted the map anyway. And it actually corrupted all 4 maps, because on the front of the building, it had the name of the toy store, the Whimsy Wonders name. So, with that on there, it corrupted all of them. And even though I went back to the other version of, I went back to 5.5 and deleted all those, and then came back and, you know, reconverted over, it still didn't matter. There was some problem with it, so I had to redo all 4 maps. And it was easy for all of them except this one, because this one has a landscape on it. The other ones, it was just copy, paste, and go. This, not so much. Unless it's be crazy hard, because in games you glitch through the floor and end up on the map. I mean, you know, if you can glitch through the floor here, you just fall to your death, right? I have a thing that respawns you back at your thing, so if you fall far enough, you'll get put back at the thing. So I'm ready for that plan. But in most landscapes, I mean, landscapes don't actually have any particular mass to them. Like they're completely paper thin. What's in this corner? Oh, it's in this corner. I can't even tell anymore because I moved everything. Nope. I'm done. I mean, they literally are just, there's just nothing to them. They're just completely nothing, as you were seeing. What causes going through the floor? Well, I mean, if something hasn't loaded, that can cause you to fall through the floor. Like, you know, if you... Like, this loads in chunks, right? There's an H-load system because I'm doing an open world. Because if you try to load everything at once, your game's going to crash out. Like, it's not going to work. Like, what FPS? You can't load all this at once. Are you high? It's not going to happen. So there's an H-load system which loads at a distance. However, if I were to say, you know, take Poppet from like one here and then teleport her over here, without, you know, waiting for this stuff to load, she falls through the world. It was a problem that it took almost a month to fix when I was building my save system first time, because I had no idea how it worked, and I packaged the game and learned the hard way that the packaged version of the game does not run the same as the one in the engine. But it's always a question of collision. Like, if your character were to lose collision, then the character would fall through the world because it has no collision. So, essentially, you have to collide with something. If you don't collide with something, you fall through the world. And you can turn off collision on all sorts of things. I mean, everything has the ability to collision on and off. One way you could do to kill enemies off is you turn their collision off, have them fall through the world intentionally, and then make them vanish after that. Some people do that. I've seen it. Like they just slowly move down there. You give them like a low gravity, and they just go. You can disintegrate them too, which takes some work. Trying to push this against the wall as much as I can. This is a really thin hallway. I don't think I want this down here. I think this just has to not be there. I had to block underneath there. This is such a small space. It's such a small space. And it's hallways. I hate hallways. Optional, I can do the same thing that I'm doing over here. Where is it at? I can't even find stuff in my own place anymore. Keep moving everything. Right here. No. Secret garden is that way. I could do this. The underneath thing. And then have a room behind it. Maybe a small version of that. I think I'm going to do that. Nice ricochet anti-cheat for ability. What, them falling through the world? So, like, bye-bye. Yeah, what if I just don't run this? Oh, I know why this is here, because the landscape. Without it, it'd be weird. Well, I could just raise it up. Well, actually, to be fair, wait a second. This already has a thing, right? So I could erase that landscape entirely and then have it go down like this. Even stairs down. And get rid of that pipe over there because it doesn't do anything. Be less claustrophobic. Well, you can definitely screw with people that way. I remember the day I learned about gravity. I was trying to get some boards to stand up because they kept falling over because they had physics enabled on them. I didn't realize that you would only enable physics when something collides with it. And I disabled gravity and they floated away. I tried to jump on them, and that's what led to the Hierophant ability. That whole experience of trying to jump on them. I was like, wait a minute. Really? Hell yeah. Weird things lead to good stuff. I'm just going to get rid of this. I think I'm just going to get rid of this whole extra wall thing there. It just isn't necessary. Possibly I just treat this like one giant room. I don't hate it. I need something right here though. I can just make this thicker intentionally. Because I can't push this wall up because it'll stick through there, right? But I do need a wall or something to blockade. That's true. All this effort to make this, and now I'm like, I'll just throw it away. A common strategy that I employ. Problem with this is I don't have a use for this room yet, so I can't build for like purpose yet. I'm sure these will get changed a bunch. I've worked on the second chapter a bunch. But it's hard to know what I'm going to do with it until I just start building as I go, you know, like I've gone back and added so many things to the first chapter that I didn't know were going to exist either. It's just difficult to know. Maybe stairs are better. I don't know what I'm going to do with this area when I do that though. I mean, it's a connector to these and it's also how you get to the next area, but it's not that necessary. Still got a built thing over here too. Oops. Hitting landscape. Whatever I just did, undo it. It's probably better. I could just put a little block here. Or I can expand this whole thing and make it thicker. Probably just put a little block there. Oh, downside of that though is might not fit under that crap landscape thing. Oh, it's got to go all the way up there too. Or this needs to be longer. Can't be too much longer though. But I do have to block this section. That's where landscape can be useful. Shift. Add. That was actually why I was adding the visibility on here, that's right. I guess I keep some of it. Oh, but then the problem is down here. Oh yeah, that's terrible. I like not having all this crap here. Because it's open. The other one was way not thick enough. Well, there is no function for anything going in here, like no purpose. Much of the purpose of this room got wiped out. Well, kinda. The main puzzle of the room is still here. But all the side crap got wiped out because its position made a difference for the side stuff. I might just leave it as it is now and come back to it while I think about what I'm going to do with it. It had like a walkway up here, which then you could use to get to like these windows and get out. And there used to be a way to go around to get into a room on the side, but there's no window here. If there was, though, I could keep a big portion of that stuff. But I have to edit the building, and I'd have to make a whole new floor specifically for that to have a hole in it. A spot for a catapult? Yeah. Just one problem though, like, I mean, I could have enemies spawn in that shoot things and stuff, and there are enemies that spawn in for these areas that are different than the other ones, but, you know, it's supposed to be a secret garden place, you know? Much of the second chapter revolves around, you know, pirates and, like, you know, secret garden type of areas, like, you know, places, islands for them to wander to, essentially. With a, you know, pirate doll boss. So it's a combination of those two. I guess safaris and things like that, so. Honestly, Peter Pan would probably be the most accurate thing, because Peter Pan had the whole weird worlds, to like these strange places, but also had the pirates. There's lots of water to play with, things like that, because I was trying to make them like, you know, some kind of like almost like a theme park in a building in a way, with, but it is still like, you know, like what, like 1918, 1920. I forgot the actual year I put for this. What year did I set it out recently? I mean, it got moved. I don't recall offhand the exact year. It's okay, I can look it up. I mean, I even have timelines too, so it can be with all the rest of my stuff too. Oh, never mind. My year's way off. I'm dumb. I guess I moved it. So the actual game's timeline happens on... Let me double check that. Before I get too crazy on that and say that. Yeah, okay. The actual date the game happens is October 31st, 1929. From the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I have a literal timeline listed of the actual days, times, and everything for when everything in the world happens. And I add to it. Just so I keep it all straight, all the little stories and everything like that, because they're all following a timeline thing. Also, it matters because, you know, if it's Halloween, then I get to decorate things with Halloween vibes and everything like that. You know, things along those lines. And I'm going to add more Halloween stuff as I get more of it. I'll go back through the areas and toss a bunch in. And then time of day matters, you know, for setting up when people are killed and things like that. Obviously, it has to happen at night. I set the year because it was what would have been available for making toys at the time. The widespread use of plastic was also a thing at that point. Random thought, one bad thing about F16 was that some of the bosses are so big you couldn't even see half them. But yeah, I'm starting to see that from the problem with giant bosses. Like, they seem cool on paper, but most of the time you're fighting their feet. This particular one doesn't open and close. There's ones you fight that do. This one is just an entrance into the thing. I just moved everything over. Also, this hook and landscape mode. It's just to get into where the boss is at. And I need to restructure this room because I crammed everything in here and it's a mess. It's a little better than it was, but it's still not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, you water in here and it's... It was way cooler in the other room, but since everything got squished and I had to redesign everything, it's obviously a mess. But the smaller room will also make it easier for the boss fight. And I haven't bothered to give her any special attacks, she's just borrowing things like that, but... There's my pirate girl. Got stabbed. And weirdly enough, though, her attacks, she actually just took Vu's, like, you know, attacks. But because she's a different size, I might have to make Vu about this size, because she can still hit me. Whereas the other one can't. Yeah. It's changed a bunch since then. These were actually angled out from that, and now I might have them higher up, because I'm going to have her teleport places. And she's going to have, you know, the ability to teleport to various locations, fire projectiles, that she has haunted lanterns. She's like a ghost pirate. So she has haunted lanterns, and the lanterns, she'll make them float away. So you have to keep using the Hierophant to bring them back, otherwise they'll just be gone. I was going to have multiple phases and have her, like, you know, fight on the pirate ship later, but I think she just teleports to the pirate ship during the fight. I don't think that... Maybe I'll put cannons on here that she can fire at you or something. And then I put the treasure room underneath here, just like some sort of sunken treasure thing, because it's the pirate graveyard. There was a treasure room, and that's what this was, but now there's not. That's where the second boss is going to be. Well, the second major boss, I should say. Because there's like usually a mid-boss and then a major boss. But yeah, I'll probably end up shrinking Vu down to around that size too, because Sally's bigger than Poppet, but not like... Not disgustingly bigger, because it was like 3x her size, and you're fighting her feet the whole time. She can't hit you because most of the attacks don't really angle down. And if let's say let's say you have like a pole arm. Okay, now if you were to sweep it at someone who is like your height, it would hit that whole area. because, you know, you're the same height, so it's just a, you know, horizontal hit. If you angle that down to say hit a character who is now smaller than you, it hits a whole area, but the thing is now the character can dodge it by simply being closer to the thing because it angles down and hits. Also need to trim my nails. I keep forgetting. So, it makes it so that the more you have to change it, the less area it effectively hits as far as the player is concerned. And that's the big problem I'm learning about dealing with attacking smaller characters like that, is that it's really tough to hit them with things that aren't like AoE stomps and stuff. But then again, you're fighting their feet. So it's kind of a cap on how big something can really be for it to be an interesting fight, in my mind. It's like fighting feet's lame. But I also shrunk the area you fight Vu in, so I need to make her smaller in general. And I probably should be working on that, but it just bugged me that I had this giant thing as this dysfunctional mess. And I kind of got excited by the various things that I've been doing and changing to it, you know? Because it's got some serious changes going on. Never enough game dev. Oops. But it's gonna, I mean, I don't even need to finish this area because it's not even that important. It's not even in the demo. I haven't been adding to the area too. Yeah. Though it's getting pretty close to the final layout for it, so that's something. This one needs to have 2 separate doors and a whole new wall here as well. I might need to take the pipe thingy from here and move it over above. I think I do actually have to take this and move it. This here because it was built for a different room. Yeah. I mean, I basically, yeah, largely I build around distance, or, I mean, I can check for anything that Poppet's doing if I want. It's literally just, you know, logic chains of if this, then this kind of things. And the random chance can just be, you know, a rolling in it, basically. Why didn't I turn the lights on for this? I'm dumb. Gotta 180 this. But pretty much in most cases, well, that's pretty much just how you build AI, right? Like, I mean, you're always going to factor in distance for what kind of attacks do things, because otherwise, like, how will the person know exactly which attacks to use? Like, you know, like, are they going to close the distance? How far are they from the player? Should they swing a weapon? Should they use a bow? Should they cast a spell? I mean, like, that plus the reacting to what the player's doing. But most of my enemies are dumb because they're Metroidvania enemies and they're not supposed to be super smart. They're throwaway enemies that just kind of distract you. Yeah, I'm definitely stealing my maze back out of there. Not everyone uses blueprints. Some people, well, a lot of people use behavior trees. That's the common indie way of doing it. Well, it's the one I hear the most. I don't think they're very good, but it is what I hear the most. Originally I built it for that to be the way to go. I mean, I've got pipes up here. I could restructure them as duct mazes instead if I felt like it. Or restructure this as a pipe maze too. Trouble is I don't really want you to go into this area from there. I need a layout of where I want you to go exactly. I got to keep the first part of my thing. It's the second part that's got screwed. Everything up to where you would have gone in this room is fine. It's just that this area is where it breaks. And I guess I would send you the broken compass next, because you got to get to the secret garden. So I guess that would be the plan here. Broken compass to secret garden. The big problem is that you need the moon for there, and the moon you get from the Charlotte fight. But if I have a boss in the Sunken Depths, I don't want you to immediately fight Charlotte right afterwards. That's weird. There needs to be padding. So I don't want to send you into this room yet. But the only real ways here is you can either go through the crow's nest door, or there's the washroom or the ways into there. And it'd be I don't know what's fair on that one, but the other side of it was so much better. It was so good. This map had such a better layout than the first chapter does. Not as much anymore. I have to move everything, but now I'm forced to do a bunch of changing. I'm sure I'll come up with better ideas because I make these changes, but yeah, I guess I basically have to give you the crow's nest key there. I don't know if I want this window here, because hiding what's going to go on is kind of good. You kind of want to keep some of it there. I mean, it might interest them to see the giant skull thing in there, and then they're like, what the hell is that? But you don't even enter through this door. But it's called the crow's nest, so you're able to see all these stuff. That's why there's windows all over the place. Also, with the brig down here, it's kind of weird. So, let's see. I also need you to free both, to free Don Fluffles, whose name will probably get changed. Oh, that's fair. I think I'm going to make the Lover's Altar a completely optional room. Like, I force you to get some of the tarot cards, but some of the ones I'm going to not force you to get. I'm going to let you find them if you want. Honestly, the only ones I'm going to force you to get are the Traversals and the Fool. Because you need the Traversals to get through. And I got to give you a weapon. To be fair, the Fool also acts as a traversal in a way, and then it breaks through things, so if you don't have a way to break stuff, you would be unable to continue. But in thinking about it, I had it set up where people were, everything was kind of built to get these particular things. But I've been putting more and more ones where I haven't really forced to put together, like Temperance you don't have to get. The Devil's pretty easy to find, so you probably would get it. Yeah, I guess I just make a crap layout and go from there. Can't really think else what I'm gonna do here. Alright, so that would mean that inside of the broken compass there needs to be a key for the other. This key would work. Well, the broken compass key would not be here now, so it would just be the secret garden key. Oh, is it just called secret garden or is it the secret? It's the secret garden, sure. Yep, decisions. Well, once I have a better idea of where the player has to go, it makes a big difference on how I build from that point on. It used to be that this was like right before the end, but now it's like a mid room. And I'm not gonna need 2 keys here for certain. You're not gonna get the key to the brig here. That is true. I can force them to have to go through all these rooms to get to the brig this way and then up into this area to get to Pirate Cove. I don't like that these two are across from each other, and yet I do like it. I like it because they're both pirate thingies and they're across from each other in that regard. I don't like that both bosses are, well, the bosses are here basically. Well, I mean, I guess the Charlotte fight's sort of like a boss fight, but mostly she's playing the game with you, so. So you get that here, but the problem, I guess I don't break up the secret garden anymore. It used to be broken up into, you know, get the first pump room, then fight Charlotte, then the other 2 pump rooms. Because you get the first pump room and then discover you need the moon tarot to bypass this thing over here. And yeah, it's a thing. It's cool, but I might have to move that, whatever, I don't care right now. So if that's true, instead of forcing you to there, I could force you into like the galley and then you can run through the hold or something. I usually like to make the area with Annie's Annie's optional. Make you find it. But if I send you into the brig, then it's like literally like there's like a story thing and then you'll go up the stairs and the pirate thing is right there. And I can't easily just have you go outside because this is sandwiched between 2 bosses. So that doesn't work. So we can't lose sleep? Oh. I hope you feel better, Bird. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. For some reason you can't sleep, I will be here. Probably for another 3 hours plus, I would assume. I think I'm gonna take a bio break real fast though. Get myself some more stuff to drink and yeah. Exercise is bad, that's what I hear. Anyone who exercises, this is crazy town. Monitor radiation, caffeine, it's all you need to survive. Everything else is silly. But yeah. Sleep well and hopefully you feel better quickly. Also, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. Be right back. Yeah, I'll work on the first chapter. I'm getting tired of rearranging stuff in this. I guess wait, before I do that, I should make certain I have the level layout. I was like, well, I was doing that. So if I send you to the secret garden here, as you go into the sunken depths, you get your key. The options are send you to the secret garden, but then I have to immediately send you over to Charlotte's thing, which means I have to open up a huge portion of the level. It's not as on rails. How on rails do I want this to be? The first area is kind of on rails. Like it's on rails for a lot of it, but then there's some rooms that open up and give you some extra options. But I could do something different with this one. I could just open it up a lot more and let you go places. So I can open up both directions. That's true. So you basically have to the destinations of the Secret Garden, Pirate Cove, and the Brig are like going to be the most important, the three main story bits that need to be dealt with before facing Sally. So we're obviously going to end at Sally, but I've already got the mechanism set up for that. That I'm keeping, where you just refill the water here and you just swim through the pipe in order to get there. I got to redo this wall, but whatever, I don't care. I have to redo this wall as well. Sure. Okay. So we have that. So we have an endpoint. If I just give you the key to here, or the brig key, that opens up 2. And then you basically, the broken compass key would let you go into the other area and open up this area here and up to here. And if the secret garden was open, like 3 keys pretty much gives you most of the stuff to play with. I don't like that this is completely open at the same time too, but I don't know, I can only limit so much. I'll deliver filter for now. But I think it's gonna have a different name. It's just, this is where it's at. I just need an alter. I did spell it right, sure. So for now, it'll just take this name on. Oh, these can actually just share the name. I don't know if there'd be a imposter. I think I'd just leave it without the imposter there. Think about that one. Whatever, I'm not gonna sweat too much on it. I do need a key. The key can just literally be sitting in here and just be here is the key to the room, but you find it in the room. And I'll be a dick and put it in here. I mean, it's not that much trouble. People probably break their way into these things half the time anyway. So this is the garden pump room 2. Being lazy and just copy pasting things off this here. Never mind, it's doing it this way too. There's no additional things through these. Also, I gotta remake these doors so they're much taller. Whatever. Definitely gonna be a lot of restructuring, but I'm sure I'll end up doing that a bunch, so I'm not gonna optimize it or anything until later. I don't think this even should probably be here, to be honest. Because there's no destination for it, it's just there. Something about needing walls here, whatever. Destinations first. Well, I can send you the broken compass first and then give you the brig key or something. How are you getting into Pirate Cove? That's another question. Maybe I do place this place around the broken compass and that, you know, right, it just sends you everywhere. It's, you know, because it's a broken compass kind of thing. And so obviously you don't know where you're going. I'm going to just do this with the, I'm going to grab the box too. And I'll also move these over here. Okay, well, listen. I'm going to grab those two. Those can live there. Yeah, if I just send you all over the place, I could just give you 3 different keys here and be like, go have fun. Or the first key in the... Well, the first secret garden key was like, got the pumper thing. Actually, there wasn't even a key for that, was there? That's right, the secret garden didn't involve keys at all to start with. You find keys later in it, but as you lower the water... But it had that window set up in order to get to that whole maze thingy. But that's not even over there. The lover's altar is there now too, so this part's still there, but the whole maze thing above is now over in this section, which serves no function over here. Where did I put it anyway? I don't even know. My internal map for this game, this whole thing is different now. Like, I don't quite know where I put everything. Oh, it's above. Which is still part of the secret garden anyway. I am half tempted to put a window in this. Curious. If there was a pipe entrance, it would fit. Not a window. Unless I remove this thing here, but the layout of the thing is it wouldn't be very symmetrical, so it would have to be like a pipe entrance, which means I'd have to redo that whole floor. I don't know if I kept the generic floor or not on that map. I might have. I wish I kept the generic floor though. If I did, I have to double check see I did or not. So if I did that, then this whole area would make way more sense as a place to get to that. Then you could break out of the broken compass. I only need one door right here. It's the only one that matters. I don't need both doors. That puts you back into this room. I like the way some of these are built, but I don't like the way it plays. Obviously, this thing needs to be moved too. It's capsule. I can't do it yet. That's a really big question. No, go ahead and hit save. Did I save it? Hopefully I saved it, in which case I could just easily add on to it. I have saved one. Why didn't I put these in folders? I'm so dumb. Kind of like having no light. Just dumb. Oh, did I just get it perfect? Huh. I guess I really just selected exact. Nope, never mind. I thought I selected exactly enough, and I was like, damn. That's crazy. I did not. We'll call this generic, generic 4. I can type, I swear. So if I want to do this, I could add in the thingy if I want. It's hard to position it. But it does exist. So if I want a secret way in, I don't know why I thought that would even help. Doesn't really, does it? What would really help is the actual building itself. Any points of reference to know where to put it, basically. I'm cutting holes. Oh, my phone's not plugged in. 1 second. It is what I use for a camera. It's like battery saver, and I was like, wait, what? You're supposed to be plugged in. I literally have it set up where it's plugged in the whole time. Well, I didn't realize I'd unplugged it from the power strip, not from the phone. I was confused for a second there. So let's say I remove down some. I'm guessing around here is approximately where you have to be able to jump in, so it would almost be like a pipe right here or something. If I put this here, I get to keep my fun little maze, which I want to keep because it does involve a bunch of extra stuff and the thing to go down to. It's got something to do. It was a good setup. Plus the whole running around outside here was yet another fun thing to do. That just, you know, I want that in my life. Yeah, so it'll be somewhere along these lines, and it probably needs to be a bigger pipe than this, actually. On my hollow pipe thing. Get the real size. Or I can use a duct. I'm using a duct instead of a pipe. Are you a duct? A duct makes more sense in the outskirts of the side of a building than the other, right? Like a vent, if you will. That's true. Oh, I thought it was going to fit. I was like, it's huge. No, it's just really close to the camera. So something along these lines. I don't know why I made it this wide. Didn't need this wide. Just be like about here or something. I think it would work. Yeah. Like second floor or something. Floor 2, sure. That's what I wanted. I was like, one of these is the right one. Yeah, it has to be right there. Okay. And that means I can align the generic one up with this and get a better idea of where it would go. And this is fine. Downside of not having it in the world. It can be mildly challenging to figure out where things go. Especially because you can't have the geometry brushes. Just doing their thing. Oh. Because otherwise they get offset and weird. At least since there's so few geometry brushes, I can just freely move them. Well, it's just very little on this map in general, so that's true. The side I'm looking to do it on is right here. This is why I did that, because look at how hard that would have been to figure out without having done this. What a nightmare that would be. And this is a generic floor, it's not even, no, it's not a generic other one there, it's just a generic bottom floor. Do I want to keep a generic bottom floor too? Maybe I do, actually. Oh, it kept them all in the right order too. I didn't lose anything. It's always nice. Oh, wait. Just say the generic normal floor, I guess. Sure. I'll make certain that I have them all separate up instead of having to click them all. No reason to do that to yourself otherwise. Sure. All good. I didn't dupe that. That's stupid. Roughly right there. But there should be like 3 windows, right? No? These ones are singular windows, it's the other ones that are 3. If this one ends up not matching, I can just as easily replace all of them with this one. So it's not a big deal if it's totally different. A little slower because I have so many of them now. Not much though. It was like on this side or something. Where was it? Right there. Again, this is why I'm doing it this way. Imagine if I didn't do it this way, how hard it'd be to figure out where things are supposed to go. Doesn't even face in the right direction, is it? It's not. Wait. No, it is. Okay, this is missing all kinds of things on it. That doesn't seem right at all. Like, where are the windows on that? Hmm. These are just so different. There should be 3 windows. And on this one, it should have been like 1 window. Doing it wrong is what I just heard. Doing it wrong. Why was there only 2 selected? Weird. Oh, it's because it's like... Wait, they should have all been selected. That's weird. How'd I select only one side of it? But fully select the other 2? Interesting. That was possible. Alright, so since I did this wrong... Oops, don't do that. I move this like this just to be certain they're completely lined. And then I'm going to drag these ones over here and then remove that one. All the way through. And then these ones here, I need to remove the side ones here because it's not 3, it's just 1. Right. Yeah, yeah. It's 3, 3, and then 1. And then 3, 1, 3. It used to be 3, 3, 3 on the sides, but, you know. Since I cut off 20%, 25% of the building. That does kind of mess with things. Right, now I have this. I just need to line up this with the front of that, and then I'll be golden to put a hole in it for the other. Make a special floor, and then unmerge them again on this so I don't have to ever do that again. Oops. The bigger hole. Just make the holes bigger on that one. Fair enough. That should be slightly bigger anyway. Those would be fine right there. Sure. And I do that, then I unconvert. Keep the actor, and I don't have to redo all that later. Not gonna pretend like that's possible to do collision for him without manually doing it. I don't want to do that. I'll just put this on the other map because I don't really care for having this map necessarily. Well, I could put it on this map, just leave it as part of the thing. For that, I don't want to merge it, so I don't want to have any extra splines in there. I guess I have splines all over this building tomorrow. Like later on, I'm going to optimize this thing and get rid of extra splines. I think I got rid of most of them. That was a real pain. Oh. Let's ultradynamic sky on there. Oops. You probably should just put ultra sky on just this level, or just on the city. I won't be able to access it if I do that, but at the same time, I never changed it anyway. I haven't done that up to this point because of the fact that I don't access it, but I'm probably going to want to, maybe, I don't know. This should have been there anyway. I mistook what it was for. Maybe I should switch to standing for a bit or something. I'm trying to do that more during streams because I sit so long and it's not really good on the back and neck. I could stand for a bit. Wouldn't be a bad decision. Yeah, sure, I guess I'll stand up for a bit. One second, let me adjust everything. Nope. Better get some exercise anyway, you know? Stand around a little bit. I definitely sit way too much. Almost like they're not quite where I want them to be, but not like this here, it's in the way. And this does technically reach off of that, so I could just extend this out too. Nope. It doesn't matter. These lights even still work? Not cameras in the room. Got a room info? The lights hate me, as usual. That's not what I want. I want the room infos. I guess I didn't bother to copy over, I assume. Who's this? Be a larder. Let's have the hold. It's called Chipslayer's Larder. Spent all this time making these doors. Okay, well, that wasn't that long. I think I spent like an hour or something with every weird design on my doors and all the options to change them and stuff. They're lockable. They can be blacked out. They can be impossible to open. Locked doesn't really show anything. Actually open. There are portals to other levels if they need to be. They change what they can be as well. The various types of things. I mean, you know, they do a lot. I don't really want this girl to bilge. But I don't really know what to call it yet, so. Here we got sidetracked. I was looking at the various rooms here. I mean, this is just going to be part of the Broken Compass, I guess. Let's change the other one to that there. I mean, Sally's never made any sense anyway. After all, she's not even in that room. There's the missing player start. I was wondering everywhere. Honestly, the painting should probably be right here. Don't really need this for anything, but it is a cabinet key, I guess, so it could be handy for something at some point. But I think I already have one sitting over here or something by this on the map. Yeah, I saw one, another one. I don't care. Let me redo that wall anyway. I can put the secret Mega Man capsule in there. Mega Man capsule. Things having issues today. It's not usually that big of a problem, child, but today it sure is. Is there a candle there? There is. Leftovers from when I moved the rooms on top of each other. Suppose I had to go out of my way to deal with the rest of these, huh? Honestly, I can just leave these as a separate thing in the pirate grotto. The pirate graveyard, sorry. This is all stuff that's not even in part of the anything. I should start every one of the streams out standing. And just stand for as long as I can in the future, because I really just don't stand enough, and it's just terrible on the back and legs. And neck and help. Just basically sitting is bad for you, is what I'm learning. And the downside of streaming is you don't really move as much. Like, I mean, I don't move as much when I'm doing game dev in general, but I'll occasionally get up and move around, and I don't really do that in streaming very often. Like every couple hours, I stand up and move around a bit. And you know, you do that one day, it's not so bad, but you do that day in and day out, and it starts to get rough. Let me tell you, it's not the healthiest. Honestly, ship's pantry sounds almost better than a larder. Yeah. Right then, I can copy paste two things at the same time. Type key twice. Oh. I'll just put this in here just in case I want to set this up like this. That'll give you the ability to get to her, which then gives you that. You get the secret garden key there, so that lets you wander around to both. That's good. Gets the job done. You don't need the pirate cube key here then, if that's the case. Actually, I'm going to copy paste the key that I know works. Just in case I've mistyped something, which is possible I did. Best to not do that to yourself. So that would mean that you could go, you get the key of the broken compass down there. And then from broken compass, there's keys to get into both Brig and the secret garden, which then means you could go fight Charlotte, get the moon, and still go to the secret garden. That's true. Now I just need the room infos on those two, and then things should be doable. In theory. If there's no love result, you'll learn, right? You sort of have to do it twice. There it is. Oh. Maybe these two, they're almost entirely the right size. Actually, it's just, no, that one got moved. These two, not so much. I was wondering where we went. He's really annoying today. Yes. Close.
Here, once begins inspired by this Metroidvania. I mean, Little Nightmares, Alice Madness returns. Any creepypasta you've ever seen about dolls? Those are usually the inspirations. I'm certain this room works. It's supposed to be in the dark, but when I'm designing, I usually design in the light. Make certain these rooms work. Doesn't fit very well now, does it? It switched. Oh, discarded pumpkin key for that way. Yeah, my leg is killing me. I gotta get another wall together here. This wall will do. Yank that one right on up. I'm rearranging this entire map, so a bunch of things are out of place as I rebuild. I'm trying to shrink the size of it so it's more content dense and less just spread out. This area is like maybe 50% done. It's not even close to done yet. That I would stand, but my legs are really bugging me. A little miserable. Well, I don't even want that right there. I actually want it over here. Is he still here? Sure. I gotta redo this wall as well. Basically, if there's something I can redo, I'm gonna have to redo it on this. This whole wall needs a replacement. I don't want to replace this wall. Oh no, actually that one's fine. Oh good, I don't have to replace crap. I do have to put a hole there though. Alright, gameplay mechanics inspired. I think what, Bloodstain is probably a good one. Bloodstain, all the Symphony of the Night games, Metroid. More collectathons actually, if anything. I'm not a fan of Hollow Knight, so I'm not inspired by Hollow Knight. Because it wasn't for me. The world just didn't pull me in, I think is the best way to put it. Not a bad game, just not a for me game. As everyone's playing Silk Song. It's okay. That puts this back together, sort of, except for now there's no end goal here, but I can't really just dump you out into this room. I mean, yes, I could. There's no way back in from this direction at this point in the game, but later on you would have the ability to get back in. Am I redoing this wall? I don't think I was going to redo this wall, so if I can avoid redoing it, I will, but I might have to, though, because... Well, there's a because on that. I mean, technically, this hole won't matter too much because it's kind of blockaded. Kind of redoing like every other wall in here. You might want to put a door into here to allow for one. Well, no, because like I said, you could just go through this up to the other floor and come back through. So there's already a way around. And a way through the broken compass. So there's ways to go. I don't think you need a door in everything. The viewing room's still really boring. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet to make it interesting as far as gameplay goes. Still, at least I get to keep a good portion of the puzzle setup from the old version of this. Not all of it, but a portion. I can't move this over, right? Well, no, I really can't. I want the door behind here. Without that, it'd be a little awkward. Because I don't want them inside the leverage altar yet until they earn it, I guess. As a whole secret room. Versus the necessary rooms. Gotta redo so much on these areas. Also, I just kind of copy pasted this over the other so that it was in the area, so some things are on top of each other still. It's okay. Other than needing to fix a few of these walls, things are actually pretty good. Right. And my shoelace had become untied and I was standing on it and it was really annoying me. I was like, you know what? I hate this. Fix it. Kind of like having this right there being all messed up for some reason. I could have sworn I clicked on this and said that, but sure. Oh. Just to double check, that's the right one, right? Okay. I get numb legs, arms, and head all the time, just, you know, random neuropathy like that. And when it goes away, like, they range from, like, pain to tingling. Actually, like, it's like numb, pain, and tingling. When the numbness goes away, they just hurt. It's just like, oh, why? Very distracting. Very distracting. There's so many things need to be refixed in here. Ever do the floor in here too? Sometimes I just see one giant floor. I have so many like floor pieces on this one that I didn't do on the other. I think once it's all set up, I might just turn it all into one giant floor thing instead of these mini floors that I have to try to piece together. And then just have the floors on top. The main reason I didn't do it on this floor versus the other one is this one goes up and down so often I wasn't certain which rooms were going to have holes in them, but once I have it figured out, rather than try to align all those perfectly, I will probably just make one giant one with holes in it and call it square. Probably. Maybe. Sure. Oops. Yeah. All right, never mind on standing. 1 second. Pain's too distracting. It's like, ugh.
Oh, these are in the walls too. I guess I did lose some space in this, huh? But everything on this is off to the side a little bit, so I can actually move some of it a bit over. What is this then, if not that? That's just literally part of that. Okay. Good to know. These don't really fit very well. Hmm. Guess I'm feeling the end of that week, huh? Oh, some water fast, my bad. Just trying to shake off the sleepiness. As I slowly but surely sort this crap. Old ideas from rooms that didn't make a cut. In a way, it's like I completed all those rooms. Since, you know, I don't have to make them now. Um, oh. I'm just gonna start seeking keys that I don't know where to put just in this one room so I can figure it all out a lot easier than what I was doing. Maybe I'll call it early today. So adjusting my schedule thing has been slow going. That's where I just start yawning a lot and not getting a lot done. I can always tell. It's like, eh. Tired of looking at that level at the moment. Actually, I think I'll just call it early today. I mean, it's been 6 hours and 48 minutes, so I guess it's not the shortest stream in the world, but man, just kind of losing focus on what I'm doing. Maybe I'll stream again over the weekend or something just for funsies. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, there's another game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, wishlist, join the Discord if you want. If not, you know, that's cool too. I'm just happy you're watching. I'll be for certain back here in 3 days. 6.5 hours earlier than this. Actually, 6 hours and 48 minutes earlier than this. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and I'm probably not going to bother to raid out. There's not that really that many people on at the moment, so yeah. I'll probably just call it. So catch everyone later. See ya.